All right, welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, March 24th, 2021. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time is citizen input for any item that is not on the agenda. We have two emails to a citizen input line. One of them is from a Southern Deschutes County resident, Mr. Russell, complaining and advocating for not burning in their yard. So as a Southern Deschutes County resident, I know that burning in the spring and the fall is a good way to clean up. But sometimes if it's just kind of trash, it can be really, impactful, smelly fire. So we want to thank for that input. Fuel reduction is a big thing we would advocate for, but also, being sensitive to the neighbors and thinking twice about what you're doing, just the relationships. So that is one item on citizen input. We want to thank you for that input. I would suggest communicating with the fire department. There are kind of a permit process and understanding what safe burning means also. And we may have somebody in Zoom on another item also. So if somebody's in Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature and you'll be brought into the meeting. There's a request by Marty Siemens. So I do have an email from Mr. Siemens referring to Senate Bill 554, and I don't have the words of it, but I think it is a gun legislation bill, so firearms. I think we have taken a opposition position on this bill, and he's asking for possibility of a sanctuary city for gun rights, is my understanding. So at this time, we'll acknowledge the input to our public input on the matter, and thank him very much for communicating with us.
Okay.
So yeah, Commissioner Dare had responded in email also. Is there any other request to speak on any matters? So, no hands raised. Okay, so we do have public open meetings. If somebody wants to join us, you can do it in person also. 3 minutes of testimony at the beginning of the board meetings. At this time, consent agenda. Quite a few items and one edit to the minutes. There's a revised agenda just acknowledging the minutes from the March 15th, an update on the dates. Good catch, Commissioner Adair.
Oh, yes, me and my highlighter.
Mm-hmm.
I move the consent agenda approval.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. A couple good items on there. At this time, action items, number 12, economic development loan request. There's going to be two of these, so Whitney Hale will kick us off, and I see John Stark has joined us also from EDCO. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hale, Communications Director for Deschutes County, and this morning we have John Stark from Ready with us on Zoom, I believe, and Don Mill, EDCO's Bend Area Director, with us in the room. This morning, the board has two economic development loan requests on the agenda. One is Redmond Area Business Cognitive Surplus that is requesting a loan of $26,000. And the second is a loan request from a Bend area company, Broken Top Candle Company, that's requesting a loan for $16,200. So we'll take those in order. We'll have John speak to you first about cognitive surplus, and then Don will follow and explain a little bit about the loan request from Broken Top Candle Company. So, John, I'll go ahead and turn things over to you.
Thank you, Whitney. Commissioners, John Stark, Senior Director, Redmond Economic Development, part of EDCO, who, as you know, works with local companies to deliver this program on your behalf. Before you today is a briefing paper and a staff report regarding a request from Cognitive Surplus. Cognitive Surplus is a lifestyle consumer goods company, so they makes apparel, glasses, as well as stationery, celebrating the lifestyle of science. And so they have a website there on the briefing paper if you care to take a look at that. The company's been in business since 2013. It was originated on the East Coast in an apartment. There's quite a story behind it, how it originated, but this company has really taken off. They spent some time trying to find other distribution locations, moved out west, most recently in Portland, and then are looking for a building that could house their growing distribution aspects of their business. So they ship via USPS, United States Postal Service, these products, and there's been a steep demand increase over the last 2 or 3 years for these products. And so the company and I have been working together for about a year. They moved into a building that was originally built for Alltrek, another distribution company, an outdoor clothing company. And frankly, the building, since Alltrek vacated it in the mid-2010, 2012 area, never been fully utilized. And so I visited the company, obviously, several times through in this process, and it's great to see that warehouse full again. And so they moved in over the holidays. It's not easy to move a company during the pandemic. It took us some time. There was a lot of expense related to that. The building needed some upgrades. They have some sincere interest in sustainability, so they are making some improvements to the HVAC system, actually heating a portion of the warehouse. They're going to have to demise a portion of the warehouse. They're adding solar to the roof. I mentioned the sustainability aspects of it. The company relocated a number of people, about 5 or 6 people here to Deschutes County over the balance starting in the holidays through February, which we knew they were going to do. We submitted an application, blank application to them in August, but they just got so tied up in their move that they weren't able to get it to me until February 5th, of which they had hired a couple of local people by then, which we weren't able to count in the program. But we knew these folks were going to relocate. We knew they were going to hire additional people. So today we're requesting a loan application to support 13 of those relocated and newly hired jobs after the application date, and the wages in the aggregate will help us by exceeding the county average by more than $10,000. So that it'll help us, this company being here, increase our wages as an average in the county. And the way the program works is those that are under that number, we typically seek $1,000, or those that are above it, we seek $2,000 per job. There's some flexibility, as you know, in the program and how we structure this. In this particular case, because they did exceed those numbers in a fairly substantial way, we would ask for $2,000 per job, 13 jobs, $26,000. The company and the due diligence committee met last month to review their financials, which are very healthy. They continue to put money back into the company. They're fairly debt-free. They're in a really good place. But some of these capital needs certainly offset their ability to hire these positions and ones in the future quicker. And so today we've recommended approval at your discretion for $26,000, 13 jobs. The company will have until February 5th, 2024 to create those jobs. Obviously, some of them have been created. And then maintain those for 12 consecutive months at whatever point during that 2-year point they hit that 13 jobs. And then we'll record through regular reporting their metrics related to those jobs and those capital investments should this loan be approved today. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have about the project, the company, or the loan.
Questions?
Sounds like a great project. I'm glad to hear that old Alltrek warehouse is being reused now.
And I'll acknowledge it's great to be a partner with a company on the rise, coming to town, utilizing a building, creating jobs. These kind of those last-in dollars that we talk about of being able to pave the way for improvements to help their operations as they're coming online also. And then that partnership for a couple of years to really confirm that those jobs are in place, and it's going to be good for the community as a whole. So celebrating science and inspiring discovery sounds like something that people are really into right now. So that's pretty exciting also. And it is good to see that facility being utilized. A very dynamic time in in the world of business. But yeah, you think of a website advertisement of products, and people find it, and then they become consumers and hopefully repeat customers in a business like this also.
Indeed.
And I just want to acknowledge the due diligence committee. For some reason, I had a feeling Travis Browning had a promotion, and it says that he's the Redmond Market President, but he's had a promotion, and he's now Central Oregon and the Gorge Market President. So his area has expanded, so anyway.
That's a good catch, because I did use his title from a former, one of these briefing papers, and I went back to his email to get the new one, but he didn't have a signature, so I failed to call him and correct that. Thank you very much for the correction.
He's
We'll get
actually
that.
on vacation, but he texted me back.
Thank you.
No, I love these. I think they're wonderful for our community, and thank you so much for, John, all the work you do in Redmond.
You bet. This is a good.
Well, in Central Oregon. You're such an asset, and so appreciate bringing more business here.
Thank you.
We'll acknowledge their website, cognitive-surplus.com, so that'll be a little bit of advertising for their business also.
Yeah. The other day I saw a really funny cartoon that showed it had in one box it had 2020, and it showed, what is 2020, like this huge coronavirus, picture of a coronavirus, and then the next box showed 2021, and it had the virus with a whole bunch of vaccination needles stuck in it. And if they're a company that celebrates science and scientific advancements, we could get some mugs made with
Yeah,
That's a really good idea.
celebrating science.
Right along.
celebrate that technological advancement.
Yeah. Great. Was there a motion?
I move.
Commissioners?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I could interrupt for a moment. Typically, for both this one and the next one, you would authorize county
there
administrator's
we go.
signature of a loan document with the company. So if you wouldn't mind amending your motion for that, that would be smooth.
The county administrator signing, so.
Yes,
Right
move-
before she made a motion, good.
I hadn't
Yep.
just started. I move county administrator's signature of the loan amount of $26,000 to Cognitive Surplus.
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, John.
Second would be our economic development loan request for Broken Top Candle Company. Maybe Don Mill would be on the Zoom possibly.
I don't see Dawn. And I know that I think John has another item on today's agenda. So perhaps Commissioner DeBoe and I could try and connect with Dawn briefly. I don't know if we could take the next economic development related item and potentially come back to Broken Top Candle Company. Would that be?
Sure. So at this time, we'll go to item number 14, consideration of chair signature for agreement for long-term rural enterprise zone abatement. And Tom Anderson can kick us off.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm just going to introduce this real quick, turn over to John. But as you saw, this agreement was considered by the Redmond Council a couple of weeks ago and was approved. This is something we haven't done before. In our rural enterprise zone, project this large triggers a much higher level of potential incentives for the company to be sited in the zone. So this one took, and I'm sure John will speak to this, a lot more work, a lot more effort to line this up. It's a special, I guess, time for a huge success for both the city of Redmond and the county in terms of the benefit that this project may generate. So with that, I'll turn it over to John.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Tom. Again, I'm John Stark, Senior Director for Redmond Economic Development, and we should have a PowerPoint presentation either in your packet, and I believe IT is going to put it up on the screen here. I've just got about 7 or 8 slides for you today, just talking a little bit about the Enterprise Zone program, just a brief overview. I know, Commissioner Chang, you're familiar with the program, but as we've taken this through Redmond City Council, a lot of new elected officials and so forth, so a time just to hit the high points of how the mechanics of the zone work and what this particular project is and how it fits into that. So again, the enterprise zone is a state statutorily governed incentive program that's adopted by local zone sponsors. In this case, the Greater Redmond Enterprise Zone includes Redmond, the City of Sisters, because we have some territory there, and then also Deschutes County as a zone sponsor. And so next slide, please. Today, we're considering what's called a long-term rural enterprise zone project. It's the first, as Mr. Anderson had shared, of its kind in Deschutes County, and I'll go through a couple of pieces of it, the program history and the performance of the zone since its inception in 1988, the boundary, why it really matters that we have this program, and then an overview of just the mechanics of the various aspects of the program related to the term of the exemption. And then we're going to talk about Wild Mike's Pizza and the project and how they want to use this program to support their investment. And then how the mechanics of the Ultras works, because it is different than the standard enterprise zone or the extended abatement, and we'll have some questions at the end. Next slide, please. And so the enterprise zone, as I'd mentioned, is sponsored by the three jurisdictions, the county, the city, the two cities. It was established in 1988. It was renewed again in 1998, 2008, again in 2020. And presently, we have one of the most active zones in the state. Bend has a very active zone as well. We have 37 companies leveraging this program that are active, meaning either their exemption is still in place or they're going to start their exemption in 2021. And so together, those 37 companies in Redmond alone will create, leveraging the zone, about 400 jobs and investing about $83 million in taxable investment after the term of their 3 to 5 years. Again, most of the companies in that program are under a 3 to 5 year program instead of the one we're talking about today with relationship to Wild Mike's. The summary of success since its inception, so we kind of keep a running log of this. The program's helped 154 firms create over 3,000 jobs, 3,373 jobs, and leveraged $165 million in capital investment since its inception. So the program has been working. When I took over the program, just to give you some context, in 2008 from the city as a zone manager, and this is related to activities during the last economic expansion, there was 18 companies using it. Today there's 37. To give you an idea of the volume of economic activity this program supports compared to our last economic boom, this is quite substantial. So we've doubled the activity, and that's not necessarily through promotion or attraction. That's just due to the activity related to businesses using the program. Next slide, please. The boundary, as you can see, encompasses all the industrially zoned areas in Redmond, including the large lot industrial properties. We included the 1544 land, which you own a portion of, out on the east side. 1544 was a bill that was passed, allowed us to rezone it to industrial. And most of the commercial areas in Redmond, not residential, not the canyon, not the runways of the airport, and not parks. So we included in this recent update to make sure we got all those annexed properties that you've been involved with some land swap with the county that opened up some land to the east of our UGB. Next slide, please. And so why does this program matter? Again, it does encourage economic development. It helps companies when they're really investing large sums of money in expansion, both equipment and facilities. It attracts investment and job creation to our communities. It's a widely used program across the country. In Oregon, we have 72 zones, I believe, north of 70 zones. It used to be you could only have a certain number. One time it was 59, then up to 60, and then 64, and now there's an unlimited. But you have to show that there's economic hardship in these areas in order to receive these zone designations. And so this is really to help us improve the economy and grow the wealth of our communities. And then again, at the end of these programs, short-term, different than like tax increment financing or urban renewal, it's a certain set of years versus a runway for all. It's targeted to traded sector companies only, And then those companies have to, create jobs. If they're existing in the community and expanding, they got to add at least 10% to their head count. Commissioner DeBonne.
Yeah, question. So it's the number one incentive program in Oregon. So is there just terminology, enterprise zone itself? Because now we're talking about a long-term rural enterprise zone. Is this a subset of, referring to long-term rural?
It is a subset, but it's only available in rural communities. So, for example, Bend, Hillsborough aren't able to access this program. So you have to be a rural community. And frankly, in Redmond, at some point in the near future, we will no longer be a rural community. So, and then it has certain investment requirements. So it is a subset of the enterprise zone, but it doesn't impact all 72 zones, only a handful of zones. I don't actually have the number for eligible long-term rural, but only a handful. And Redmond and Sisters can use it. As an example, Bend cannot.
Yeah, okay. So number one incentive program in Oregon is referring to enterprise zones themselves, and now we're also implementing a long-term rural
Exactly.
version of that.
Yeah, I mean, we have I shouldn't say we have a lot. We have few tools in Oregon to help incentivize companies. We have infrastructure programs and loan programs. There are a few other taxation programs, but this is really the number one leverage program in the state to help attract businesses. It's the one most widely used. Thank you, Commissioner. Next slide, please. So this is breaking down the mechanics of the zone. So it's a tax abatement on new plant and/or equipment investments for new and expanding traded sector firms. So non-retail, non-commercial. They really either have to do B2B, not to direct to consumer, but B2B type sales, or export those products outside of the region. Again, bringing in new wealth to our community through those job creation programs. The 3-year program is a standard program. 95% of our companies, of the 37, are using the standard 3-year program. Their requirements are they minimum invest at least $50,000 in either equipment or the facility, and they have to add 10% to their head count if they're in the zone or within 30 miles of the zone. So someone transferring from Bend to Redmond has to add an additional 10%. If they're new to the zone, so they move from outside the 30 miles, then they have to create one new job in the program. Not many companies create just one new job. They're usually somewhere between 5 and 20 jobs in that regard. And then they have to get those numbers up, the employment, by the first year of exemption. So 1 year is kind of a construction, installation. They're kind of adding jobs. And then when they place a property in service that year before January 1st, they kind of have to add these 10% or create those jobs. There's also an option to ask for a 4th and 5th year called an extended abatement. The extended abatement requires that they pay 150% for the net new jobs of the county's most recently published average salary. Today, that 150%, and it's a loaded compensation, right? So it includes non-mandatory benefits, holiday pay, vacation pay, medical, dental, vision, 401k, profit sharing. No commissions. Commissions are excluded. But those non-mandatory benefits are included to get to that 150%. Present number through November 2021 is $71,393. So to ask for a 4th and/or a 5th year, you have to have these higher wages to receive that 4th and 5th year. Only 5% of those 37 actually meet the wage thresholds to ask for those additional years. Next slide, please.
John, and the way that you just described that compensation package was it includes non-mandatory benefits.
Yes, the 150%.
Got it.
Obviously, if they pay 150%, the net wage itself exceeds the county average as well. And it's also, I just remind you that it's on the net new jobs under the extended abatement program. So if I have 50 employees and I'm expanding and I'm adding 10%, it's just that 10% increment that have to meet that. Different, as I'm going to get into with the LTRAS, all new jobs, and I'll get into that here. So this program that we're putting in front of you today is a long-term rural. Again, it's only eligible in certain rural communities. It allows for a 7 to 15-year property tax exemption at the discretion of the zone sponsors. And typically, the home zone sponsor, gets engaged with the company and starts talking about, what they're going to bring to the table. So, minimum capital investment is $12.5 million. They have to create 50 new jobs, okay, in addition to the jobs they may have in the community or if they're moving from another place in Oregon, they have to bring a baseline with them, their 12-month average preceding application, and add 50 jobs to that, okay? And then the 150% still exists, that's 71,393 compensation standard that includes non-mandatory benefits. But all of the positions, the ones that are transferred in their baseline and the 50 jobs in this case, have to exceed that number. And that's a number that goes up over time. So in sense of they may meet today, that number when they first qualify meeting those jobs, the date that they hit the 50 and transfer their jobs, that'll be a different number that day. So they'll have to increase their wages to keep up. And then the LTRES is approved through an agreement, different from the standard application process. The company submits a certification application noting what their minimum investment thresholds are and their job thresholds, making sure that they meet these numbers that I just shared with you. And then it goes through a process where the zone sponsors negotiate an agreement, which is before you in the packet today and what we're asking for with Wild Mike's, and I'll get into more detail with that. So it's a little different. It's really predicated on this agreement. And then the tax abatement ends after 7 to 15 years, whatever that term is. And so different from the standard program where they can add equipment in the first and second year and it can extend that 3-year or that 4 to 5 year. This just, there's a hard stop at 15 years. They can add all along. But at the end of 15 years, the term ends and the property tax increment goes on to the tax rolls. Next slide, please. So Wild Mike's Pizza, it's been in the news lately because we dropped a press release the day that we were going to Redmond City Council on this. This particular company has indicated an investment of $40 million and 114 jobs. So that's 64 baseline that are presently operating over in Clackamas County would be moved to Redmond. They would add 50 new jobs. Their wages exceed the county compensation standard of that 71,000. And the project, in terms of the company, third generation. They've been around since 1967. They're distributed in 46 states. They have about 1,600 school districts that they supply and numerous chains of grocery stores, Safeway, Walmart, for example, Fred Meyer. Uniquely, after the press release went out, they're in 4,000 stores across the United States. Redmond was the #1 selling store of Wild Mike's Pizza. It was a real coup for me to tell them, I told you this town would support your business. And so the company has worked with the city of Redmond. The long-term rural enterprise zone, which they're requesting 15 years, they've said to us this really helps our project pencil to leverage this program. In addition, uniquely, the long-term rural enterprise zone also allows for a community investment fee. It's to offset some of the demands on infrastructure, public services that are forgiven under the property tax abatement. So the last several months, the City of Redmond staff and the company have been working together to come up with a community investment fee, what I'll get into in just a moment. Again, the company has shared that they're going to invest these minimum $40 million in the agreement, hire these 50 new jobs, and the 64 transferred employees. And the reason we haven't had one of these before is we haven't had a company that met all three of those criteria. They may have spent $12.5 million, but they didn't have the wages. They may have the wages and spend $12.5 million, but they may not have had 50 net new jobs. And so this is the first time we've had one of these in Deschutes County. Several have been utilized for some of the tech and investments in Crook County, but never before here in Deschutes County. Next slide, please. So I wanted to share with you what this means, and obviously you're part of the approval process here as a zone sponsor, but what this means in terms of the tax forgiveness. So this is a slide that was created by the finance director for the City of Redmond. Countywide, all taxing jurisdictions, we're talking about a $728,000 per year, and that incrementally grows as the asset grows to $13 million forgiven over 15 years. For the City of Redmond, that meant $176,000 in the first year, $3.1 million over 15 years. And the city of Redmond went through a process to negotiate this community service fee, and they based it on the cost per officer. We had to have some barometer to base this on to kind of justify the fee. So what they came up with was a $618 fee that is incrementally adjusted on an annual basis to CPI, Consumer Price Index, and that $618 was a per job fee. So as they add jobs, that number goes up. And so the community investment fee year one estimated at about $70,000. Over the 15 years, it's about $1.2 million. And as a percentage of the exemption countywide, year one, that's about a 10% of the exemption. The company's providing that back in this community investment fee. And then for the percentage of the city exemption, that's about 40% of the city's portion or apportionment of the exemption, or 38% over 15 years. So what does that look like over the runway of the performance of the project? Well, all districts would recuperate the taxes forgiven 7 years following the 15 years. In Redmond, Redmond would recuperate in 7 years, and all districts would recuperate in 11 years. But that's based on those minimum investments, and they, stand to invest quite a bit more. So those numbers will actually be much smaller, because the incremental investment is much higher than $40 million. The job creation is higher than the 114 that they're prescribing here. And so those numbers are very conservative based on what they think at a minimum they would invest, all of which meet the thresholds for the long-term rural. So that community investment fee would be billed by the city of Redmond and collected. We would receive reporting on the jobs to make sure they met all the requirements to receive the exemption. And then, don't forget, in terms of the larger sum of the total here, is those jobs that are created in our community also go on to create property taxes through acquisitions of homes and things like that. So we don't have a number for that because it's hard to prescribe what the outcomes of those investments would be. So again, great opportunity, great company. The size of the building at 279,000 square feet will be the largest manufacturing facility in Redmond. This is the largest project we've had in sum total, hence never leveraging this particular long-term rural before in our history. And it's a real win for Redmond to have this program available. And so the city of Redmond unanimously approved this long-term rural enterprise zone agreement with this company, and now we're before you asking for the same approval. Tom, I can't remember if we're asking for chair approval signature or if it was yours, so if you could add to that. I'm happy to take any questions.
It is chair signature on this agreement.
Well, when we heard about it, this is a partnership of the zone sponsorship. Decisions basically has been made at the Redmond City Council meeting. So I think in speaking with our legal counsel, this is a shall approve situation. So we're not, really a stopping point for this project. But we don't have that opportunity. But it's wonderful. It's a great project. The size is very impressive. Wild Mike's Ultimate Pizza. I'm going to be looking for it. In fact, I have looked for it and haven't found it yet, so I'll find some at some point. But yeah, state of Oregon is based on payroll tax, and so it makes sense from a state point of view that the payroll is going to be there, and that's going to really provide the revenue at the state level. The tax abatement package is on the ground, but yeah, the construction jobs, the long-term payroll for the residents and people being able to buy a house, I mean, that's going to be a great opportunity for the people working there. And then also transportation, it's going to be one of those kind of critical mass transportation type companies too, because we always talk about being on the 97 corridor is different than I-5. But yeah, if they can justify the production here in Central Oregon and start to distribute around the country, this will just be another one of those critical mass things, which will help other companies too. Just having that trucking capacity in and out of Central Oregon. So pretty exciting.
And I was actually driving down 97, I think a week ago Saturday, next to the truck, one of the big trucks. So I put my window down and said, "Welcome to Central Oregon." It was really I thought, perfect timing. And I'm someone who makes homemade pizza totally from scratch, and I really look for opportunities to be able to buy their pizza.
There you go.
So,
They told me somebody, elected official, pulled up next to them. I couldn't figure out who it was.
it was me. Of course
They
it was.
really loved that someone did that. So
Oh,
thank you so So
There you go.
I just thought, how coincidental that they would be like right next to me, and anyway, yes, so,
We call that aloha welcoming, right?
yeah.
it was
Yes.
awfully hard to keep this project confidential during the confidential time with them driving around in that truck.
Yes, the truck is great. That's so funny, because they actually, okay, well, great. Anyway, no, I'm really, this is wonderful, John. Thank you for bringing this, and the fact that it's going to be the largest building, that is really amazing. I know basics is, booming, but this is great. I mean, what's more fun to eat than wonderful pizza?
Indeed, and it is really good.
John, it sounds like this company, with the amount of investments it's making, it sounds like they are in this for the long term and into this facility for the long term. But can you explain to me what happens with this enterprise zone tax abatement if a company kind of sometime during the term of that moves their, decides that they want to go somewhere else and moves their operations to another location?
Yeah, so they would have to forfeit, and taxes would be clawed back if they didn't meet the obligations. It could be transferred to an acquiring company, and as you know, we've seen some acquisitions for the better in most cases in Central Oregon. So it can be transferred to another operator, but these baselines have to be met throughout the 15 years, and if they leave, then there's clawbacks of the taxes.
That's great to know. Thank you.
Well, and this is also an example of just being able to be sophisticated enough and have the capacity to welcome something this large, too. You think of the small towns and bigger towns, just having the staff and the capacity at the city level, our EDCO, thank you very much for your efforts, being able to think this big. Not everybody can even get to this point, so it is a very exciting moment to be able to welcome them to the community.
Thank you, and I know this commission and staff were involved in the rezoning 1544 back in 2012, I think it was. And so think about what we were trying to set the table for then, and now we've got someone that we get to serve dinner to. So,
Yeah.
and literally and figuratively. So
Yep.
very, very exciting. So thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioners, if I just add real quick, just to put some specific context to this project for Deschutes County, the tax forgiveness numbers that John had on the second to last slide there showed $728,000 in the first year and $13 million over the 15-year life of the project. It's labeled countywide there, but that obviously doesn't apply to Deschutes County. We have 4 taxing districts within that area: Deschutes County, countywide law enforcement, 911, and extension 4H. So for just those portion of that countywide number, the approximate, this is rough calculation, for the first year would be about $140,000 spread across those 4 taxing entities, and roughly $2 million rather than 13 over the 15-year course of the project. Again, just for the 4 Deschutes County taxing entities represented by that area. So. And so that 140 in the first year, again, spread across those 4, the numbers get relatively small in terms of the tax forgiveness. And again, this is tax that we don't get now. It's on the value of the new investment. So you can make the argument that it wouldn't be there at all, save for this project. But so it operates similar to an urban renewal, and we just approved or supported a new urban renewal district in the city of Redmond. This one is much more specific and tangible with a visible project that you see, as opposed to the value of a whole range of projects and investments that presumably will be built within the new urban renewal area. So it's much easier to track. And then, as John just explained, there are consequences if the project doesn't fulfill their side of things. So if that's helpful in terms of the county impact.
Yeah. One additional question about that. So the building that Altrek was occupying is sitting vacant right now. What kind of property taxes are being paid on that property currently as it sits empty? I mean, there's still buildings and capital assets on the property, but
So there was a landlord that continued to pay property taxes post Altrek. And so I can't remember if it was purchased from Altrek. I think that's how it happened, but it was long ago, back in 2012-ish era, maybe even earlier than that. And so those were, even though it was vacant, property taxes were still being collected. Now, it wasn't vacant, I think it was maybe vacant 3 or 4 years, maybe 5. And then a couple of smaller tenants moved into that, including one that the landlord owned. And so there was a 3PL, a third-party logistics company in there, and Straw Propeller, you might remember Gourmet Oatmeal was operating in there. So it was leased, and it was paying property taxes during all of that time. Now, it has been purchased by Cognitive as of late 2020, and now those property taxes are assumed by Cognitive Surplus. So there was no gap in that. Cognitive Surplus, going back to that one, did apply for the enterprise zone, but you can't take property off the tax rolls. So it's there. But their improvements can be exempted, and their equipment investments that's new, as Tom Anderson had shared, can be exempted. So we have not lost any momentum from a property tax standpoint, unless during the time Altrek had some financial difficulties, there was some negligent, the wrong term, but some back taxes or some taxes due that were or were not paid. But it's been a performing building since it was built for the most part.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I was sorry to skip around a little
Yeah,
bit,
no
but
problem.
Yeah, just helpful to understand, kind of.
Yeah, and I think Wild Mike's, what's unique about this, so this is owned by the school district. They don't pay, they don't pay taxes on that. So this eventually will be put into service again, and we'll be collecting taxes on a 46-acre parcel.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move Chair's signature of document number 2021-244, the agreement for long-term rural enterprise zone abatement.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you. Great introduction, great discussion.
Really appreciate your support here.
Thank you, John.
I'll stick around. I think Don's on the line.
Yep. So I see Don Mill is available. So back to
Good
item number
morning.
13.
Am I set to go, Whitney?
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
Commissioner, I apologize. We had a little bit of a miscommunication on start time, but luckily we're back and ready to go.
No problem. Before we talk about the loan that I'm here to talk about, I would like you to remember and memorize everything that John just shared with you in his refresher on Enterprise Zone. That was great. I'm going to be here in a few weeks talking to you, the county, about the Bend Enterprise Zone, which is sunsetting July 1, and we have to redesignate it. So I'll walk you through that. The punchline on that is that the economic hardship issue that John mentioned that needs to be met in Bend has been more difficult, and we will be shrinking the Bend Enterprise Zone by a fair amount. So all to come, but I won't be able to describe it as great and as thoroughly as John did, so kind of try to remember that would be great. Well, good morning, Commissioner DeBone, Adair, and Chang. I'm Don Mill, and Bend Area Director for EDCO, and it's really a pleasure to be here to talk about another vibrant and job-creating Bend company. Here to propose a loan under the Economic Development Loan Fund for Broken Top Candle Company. The loan amount is proposed at $16,200 for the addition of 9 full-time permanent new jobs in Bend from a baseline of 11, so nearly doubling. The hiring is expected to be completed by the end of this calendar year, although the seasonal nature of the business will probably lead to them filling it sooner than that. Some quick background. Broken Top Candle Company is a consumer products company selling home and beauty products. All of their products are manufactured or packaged in Bend, and they use only natural and organic products. They sell to about 2,000 independent U.S. retailers and about 50 retailers in Canada, and their sales include local kind of small shops, and also now moving into Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Crate and Barrel, Whole Foods, Nordstrom. So they've really expanded a lot. They've grown very rapidly. It's kind of a pathway of about a doubling of revenues every year. One thing, just like everybody else, is good to know the company has shifted its, or actually expanded its sales channels to be more online, much like most other companies during COVID, and they've been successful in doing that, although they probably won't rely on it. They've grown from a one-woman kitchen operation to its recently expanded new facility in Bend of about 10,000 square feet. And as I mentioned, going from nearly doubling, they'll end up with about 20 employees this year. On the 19th of February, the due diligence committee met to fulfill their obligations to review the proposal. We discussed and reviewed their historical and anticipated financial statements and future growth, and the facets related to the demands that are caused by rapid change, which they've been under since 2015 and continue. The use of funds for the loan is an important quality and decision process. They expect to expand their production capacity. They've got to, buying labeling, melting, and pouring equipment. Not necessarily high-tech equipment, but good manufacturing tools. They're going to expand their sales, marketing, and production team, which is the employees expansion that we talked about. They are going to implement a CRM, electronic management system, to better manage the business. And while the company has, a key quality of the due diligence decision is their ability to repay the loan, their capital and credit is sufficient to do that. It just isn't sufficient enough to grow as rapidly as they are. Their credit capacity is growing. The company is aware of the quarterly reporting requirements. I'll conclude real briefly. The loan is $16,200 to hire these 9 full-time employees. One character of this loan that I'd like to just highlight is that the Deschutes County average wage requirement, which is just under $50,000, is what's required to allow a $2,000 per employee loan. And as you know, in the past, the fund has loaned monies to companies under the program that had wages paid that were below that threshold. And the reason why, of course, is to incent and support the growth in all levels of income which are required to grow the economy. In this case, their income wage repayment to employees can be slightly below that rounded to $50,000 to $41,761. It translates to about $20 an hour. So what I proposed in this loan value is, in order to promote a wide range of employment in Deschutes County, and also to provide an incentive for higher paid loans to be fair for those companies who do pay higher wages, I'm proposing a loan value of $1,800 per employee to get to the $16,000. It's sort of a compromise between, the high-paying job at the Deschutes County wage and some of the near minimum wage jobs that we've done in the past. So that's a quick review. Ready for questions and any other comments you might have on the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or thoughts?
And Don, you did say that this is a homegrown company.
It is. It is. It is so homegrown, which, these young companies in Bend and small are fun. Afton Kofeld is the CEO and founder. Her dad works for her. And it's just really wonderful to see. He's not retired, but he's near retirement, but he works full time and works really hard for his daughter. So it's really homegrown.
Great.
Well, as someone who consumes a lot of candles, it's great. Love the name, and I'm really excited that we can be part of their expansion. Their marketing is amazing, and I believe you should see it all over. This brand all over the country.
Is there a motion?
I move that we approve county administrator signature for this request for an economic development loan in the amount of $16,200 to Broken Top Candle Company.
I'll second the motion.
So I'll acknowledge I've heard of this company. I haven't purchased a product yet, but they're just like Mike Pizza. I got some work to do. But it's definitely starting in the kitchen, homegrown story, local. business startup in Bend. Very exciting, and understanding that very dynamic retail world out there, because you hear about Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Crate and Barrel, Whole Foods, but also the online presence. So this is in a very dynamic time. Wish them the best in being able to expand in the market. But it is definitely has the opportunity to go nationally and a little bit internationally too. So, any other discussion?
The fact that the company originated here in Deschutes County, I think sort of balances out a little bit the slightly lower than average wages. It's one thing to bring in another company from outside that can pay higher than average wages, but it's a challenge to build a company here in this business climate.
Mm-hmm.
So I really appreciate that, and hopefully they can raise their wages over time as the company grows.
So with that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Exciting day for EDCO.
Thank you, Commissioners. EDCO, appreciate your support, and so does Broken Top Candle. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next time when I buy one of the candles, I'll think totally differently about it.
Yeah, buy two.
Yes, well, I never could just buy one.
Yep.
They burn too,
So we do have our item 15 COVID update set for 10 o'clock with interpreter available. So we have a few moments right now if there's any other item to fill in with for a few moments.
We have that letter that's been revised for the Steelhead Falls Fuel Reduction Project.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so this is a BLM effort, fuel reduction, possibly right at the edge of Deschutes County and not in Deschutes County, but be very much a supporter of these efforts happening. So if there's any discussion or a motion in support.
I move board signature for our letter to Jeff Kitchens, field manager, regarding the fuels reduction project.
I second.
Okay, well, that was easy. So any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. I want to thank staff for putting this together and preparing it for us also.
I do, just kind of to build on this letter, it would be, to the extent that we're regularly notified about fuels reduction projects in Deschutes County, I think it would be great for us to send letters of support regularly on these projects.
Yeah. Well, and as I say, we started off the meeting with a resident in southern Deschutes County upset about community burning, but that's fuel reduction also.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, neighbor relations and, for residents, for personal property owners,
Yeah.
understanding, we do have that short window for, yard burning or even prescribed burning too in the spring and the fall, so.
But then remember, how many fires are started by people doing burns? And they
Yeah,
get
I've seen
away
that in
from
my neighborhood.
them.
Yep.
And I believe, talking to like Cloverdale Fire, that happens more times than you'd want to admit. Isn't it like something like 60% of the fires, 80% of the fires that are actually started are started by men? So somewhere, it's pretty high.
What was that, men?
Men, yes, of course men, because would I start a fire? No. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well,
No, human ignition is
Yeah.
the main is the majority of wildfire. The human ignition is the major source for wildfires.
Well, I've generally.
What percent, is it, I know it's way up there. Is it 60, 80, somewhere in that range?
Yeah, I can't remember right
I know,
now,
it's-
but it's
I know, it's
well over
higher than it
50.
should be.
Well over 50%.
Yes.
But I've had the experience standing next to a cleanup fire and just a little bit of ember stepping off into the grass, and then it just slowly walks. And, luckily I've been able to be there with a rake and control it. But yeah, I mean, just that one moment, it can go.
Yeah, and there's so many ways that it can happen. I can't remember how many years ago it was, but I was driving over to Portland on 26, and I had come literally right behind the person who was dragging a chain. They had a trailer chain that was dragging on the ground, and it sparked a grass fire in the Warm Springs Reservation. And
You mean the one that became really big? I mean,
Yeah.
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 I always carry a fire extinguisher with me. I don't know if that's going to really help that type of fire, but I had a vehicle fire once, and with a horse trailer on, I pulled over, 3 men jumped out of their cars and put that fire out with fire extinguishers. So that's like my golden rule.
Yeah, just have
always
one
carry an
available.
extinguisher, you know, and make sure that it's still in the green and hasn't gone to red.
This is true.
Yeah, it's got to work.
The moment you need it, yes.
I know.
A shovel is pretty handy too for throwing dirt. So.
Oh, I have that too. Yes. It's amazing, just those little simple things you can save, so.
Well, it looks like we can step into our weekly COVID update at this time. I see interpreters available on the Zoom call. Nahad is available. So, yeah, maybe Dr. George Conway would be the only one we'd be looking for.
Yeah, I'll just, good morning, everyone. I'll just take a moment and make sure we have George and get started.
Yep. So yeah, at this time, we may be standing by for 1 or 2 or 3 more minutes. Just, that's what the dead air is.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how the kind of Facebook stream works, but if there's people who are tuning in just for the COVID update, then starting at 10 is probably useful for them.
Okay, great. So George is joining us in a minute, and it would be great if someone could let Molly Wells-Darling in as well.
Okay, that's happening now.
And it sounds like we are.
Cue the dramatic music.
Excellent. So it sounds like we're streaming, and let me share my screen, which I often neglect to do, buying myself some time. Great. Commissioner DeBone, with your permission, we can get started.
Yes, please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you for inviting us this morning. For the record, my name is Nahad Sadrazadi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. I'm joined by Dr. Conway, Director of Health Services, and Molly Wells-Darling, who is our Deputy Incident Commander as her evening job. She also has a day job, which is with behavioral health as one of our STEAM managers. As often as we start these meetings, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our health services staff and community partners in their relentless efforts in responding to this pandemic. Moving to the next slide here, commissioners, we are seeing this is good news. As I always say, I like these meetings when the cases continue to go down. This past week, we had a total of 60 new cases reported, which is great news because we continue to see a drop in number of new cases. That's compared to the previous week of 82. Thus far this week, we've had 29 cases of new cases reported, amounting to a total of 6,201 total cases since March 11th of last year, and unfortunately 70 deaths thus far. Moving to this next slide, which is the distribution of cases per age group. As before, around 54-55% of the cases are within the range of 20 up to 49 years old. Majority of the cases are showing up in our young adult population of 20 to 29, both for occupational and behavioral factors. This next slide indicates the volume of testing or tests being done in our communities. We are seeing between 2,000 to 4,000 tests per week, or probably to be a little bit more precise, between 3,000 to 4,000. Importantly, though, positivity rate continues to be low and even go down. We are around 1.5% positivity rate at this point, and that's good news. What's the right amount of tests in our community is really, there's no one good answer for that. It really partly depends on the supply side and the technology aspect of it and how reliable the tests are, and partly on the demand side and whether or not there is pre-screening, for example, for elective surgeries, or we have routine testing or serial testing put in place. So all of those factors affect what the equilibrium should be for a number of tests for our community. But for now, what we're seeing is consistent in the last 2.5 months.
Nahad, my impression is that testing is declining nationwide. Are we, based on that, I would expect that testing supplies and when you send in your samples, the turnaround would be fairly quick. I mean, so like, are there any more bottlenecks or kind of delays or stresses on our testing system nationally that are would hold up testing efforts locally?
Well, thanks for that question. I'll start and give the floor to Dr. Conway. What I have, the information I have at my disposal from talking with my team members, just to be clear with the community, there are basically two types of tests: the slow tests, the faster tests, or what we call the rapid tests. And the rapid tests there are some questions around the reliability, but they do give you results within 15 minutes. For the more slower tests, or the tests that we basically have to send out and have a laboratory process the tests and then send us the results, so far we're seeing around 48-hour turnaround as far as the last information I have at my disposal. So we're not seeing the delays that we used to see around maybe a week to 10 days, where it's basically futile to even do the tests. And I'm hoping that we're going to move forward. I mean, if we can get a vaccine within a year, we should have by now probably improved the technology for tests so that we can have reliable results within 10, 15 minutes. I don't know if Dr. Conway wants to add.
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Commissioner. The landscape has changed significantly. The tests that we're most interested in doing, which is rapid point-of-care tests with a high-precision assay, so nucleic acid assay test, and that would include things like the Abbott ID Now and the Hologic suite that St. Charles is using, have become much more abundant in the last 2 months. So we're able to do reasonably accurate real-time testing, 15 minutes. The Hologic might be a few hours because they do batch them, I think, 4 times a day. So we're not reliant now, except as reference testing on send-out tests in things like outbreaks. There are still antigen tests in use in a number of settings, and those have a lot of problems. There's a lot of false positives and false negatives, so we're trying to move away from that. But the ID Now and Hologic are available in large enough quantities that we're able to do rapid, reliable, precise testing now. What we don't know is I'm sure you all have heard that there's very large surges, largely due to the spread of the UK strain B117 in France, Germany, to some extent Italy. France has recently done a national shutdown, with limited but national shutdown. Germany is on the verge of doing that. So if we have large, say, regional surges, we don't know how resilient the supply chain will be. but the entities that have been using those rapid point-of-care tests are able to build inventory right now. So we think that we'd be at least moderately resilient even in a surge. But once again, we're trying to move away from the Binex, which was one of the antigen tests, was available through HA freely, without charge, was widely distributed to school districts and others. But it's so challenging to use, it's better to just go straight to the higher precision rapid testing. Thank you.
And George, one question that I've heard from the committee members that maybe if it's okay with you to respond to is, will the importance of testing diminish as vaccination rates go up? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Probably not, for two reasons. One is that it's going to be a long time before everyone is vaccinated. The first, I believe the first North American, or at least U.S. clinical trial for pediatric vaccine down to, I think, 6 months of age has just started recently. And because the frequency of infections has fallen sharply in the country, it'll take quite a while to accrue enough exposure in the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated to be able to tell effectiveness. So that may mean that we won't have an approved pediatric vaccine until, say, the fall. So certainly we will continue to need testing for schools, for children, et cetera. The other thing is that as we develop more experience with the virus, especially and the vaccine and their interaction, especially as new strains come in, we may have to do testing on people that have been vaccinated, most of whom we would not expect to be symptomatic, but some of them may be able to transmit the virus. So the emphasis, once again, though, will be to inexpensive, readily available, high precision testing. So I think we're going in the right direction quite belatedly as a country and our supply chain, but I don't think that the need for testing will go away until whatever day we feel confident that we have a combination of durable herd immunity and a durable effect from the vaccinations.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll go to the next slide, which is a regional indicator on our healthcare capacity, particularly looking at hospital admissions. In terms of admissions as of this morning, only, thank God, we have only one admission, which is incredible. It's one of the lowest since we've seen, I think, even looking at the data since June, frankly. So this is really incredible. This is a regional indicator which comprises Crook, Jefferson, and Deschutes counties. I guess in terms of severity of disease, we're seeing less of that in our communities.
Nahad, do they happen to be from Deschutes County, or can you let us know that?
With only one admission, Commissioner, of course, we are careful about saying anything that could be identifiable. I'm happy to take that offline and discuss with you, Commissioner.
And what's our accumulative number of Deschutes County hospitalizations then?
Yeah, that is as of Monday morning, we had 225 ever hospitalized.
225. Thank you.
Sure.
This is another. Our hospitalization rate. You might expect, since many of the people who get hospitalized for COVID are seniors, since our vaccination rates for seniors are so high in Central Oregon, would this be another thing that we would expect to see, that hospitalizations drop way off because the age brackets that are most vulnerable to being hospitalized are being vaccinated?
I think that's a very fair assertion, Commissioner. That's consistent with the line of thinking that we have and some of the national trends and data, that the group that the strategy for vaccination rollout, given that we were in an environment of rationing and limited resources, was to focus on reducing morbidity and mortality And the groups that most suffered from this pandemic were older age groups, those with underlying conditions, communities of color, minorities. And part of the effort has been, with that goal in mind, to distribute vaccines accordingly. So it makes sense for us to see a reduction in hospital admissions. Having said that, the variants that are coming into play, especially the one from UK, we are seeing, of course, higher infection rate or infectivity, and we are seeing also a bit of higher severity. The last I checked was around 50% more severe. So we still have to see how that virus or that variant is going to, and other variants that are coming into play are going to play out in our communities. But for now, it's good news, and let's focus on good news and be optimistic about it, because definitely we could benefit from some good news. Moving to the next slide, before I hand over, this is the risk-based framework, which everyone I'm sure is familiar with now. Every week we receive updated data. 1 week is a warning week, the following week is a movement week. So our numbers came out for this week, which is a movement week, except we're going to remain as moderate because we are, although the rate is going down, we are still in that moderate range or phase of the number is indicating around 74 cases per 100,000 population. So that puts us in that moderate space. Nevertheless, I think I'm more interested in the trend than I am about the, in terms of absolutely where we are sitting, whether we are lower or moderate or high risk. The trend is very positive, and that's the key message I think that our community members should be proud of and focus on. So before I hand over to Dr. Conway, I was thinking about, again, where we are in terms of this pandemic, and the analogy that makes sense to me right now is that we're about to land a plane at this point. And as we're landing a plane, we put our trays up and we put our seats straight, and we definitely fasten our seat belts. And this is where I think we are with this pandemic. We're about to land a plane, and all the more reason for us to be quite vigilant in our behaviors and choices and interactions. So what are some of those actions that we need to be focusing on, doubling down on as we are getting ready to land this plane? As soon as we are eligible for the vaccine, it makes sense to go and get the vaccine, because the risk of getting the virus and getting the disease and what comes out of the disease is much higher and terrible, frankly, than what we've seen from these safe and high-quality vaccines. We need to continue to wash our hands and cover our mouth and nose with a mask. Especially those who have recovered from COVID, and this graphic, by the way, is from the Food and Drug Administration. There is a plea for donating blood. So as soon as, if we have recovered, or even if we haven't had COVID, donating blood is a key strategy in our response, for this response and beyond. There is a huge need for it in our communities and nationally. Reporting any fraudulent COVID-19 tests, vaccines, and treatments, which we are seeing a lot of. There are those opportunistic folks or entities that are taking advantage of some of the vulnerable populations and basically defrauding them. And of course, avoiding crowds and practicing physical distance of 6 feet, being outdoors more than indoors. So that's doubling down as we are about to land the plane. So with that, now I hand the floor to Dr. Conway.
Thank you, Nahad. So Commissioner DeBone, I want to point out that I'm trying to meet the higher sartorial standard that you've set recently by donning a tie this morning.
Oh, I see.
So we'll try to keep this relatively brief. So we continue to make headway despite a quite limited supply chain of vaccines. You can see that Deschutes continues to have a high rate, basically verging on 20% of our population now in series or fully vaccinated. So we have roughly 50,000 persons, over 50,000 persons have been vaccinated. 2/3 of them, over 33,000, almost 37, almost 34,000 fully vaccinated. Next slide, please. So, Commissioner Chang, this was one of the things that you had asked for, and this shows the tracking through time of the different types of vaccine. So the dark blue is the Pfizer, the one requiring ultra cold. Moderna is the light green, greenish blue, and then there's a little bit of the Janssen vaccine that we're getting. And you can see that this varies daily, and currently we're concentrating our mass vaccinations in the latter part of the week. So that's why you see we get our allocations today or tomorrow. We receive it typically at the beginning of the week. So you'll see it go up through the week. Next slide, please. And this is our tracking device for just visually tracking the amount of vaccination. And once again, we're over 50,000 going toward that 125,000 or so goal of 80% of the 16 and older population. So we're really making substantial headway. We're looking very much forward to having a larger supply of vaccine. We are able to handle quite a bit more elastically, and we had hoped and had understood from OHA that would be happening next week. It appears there may be an additional week delay before we have, if you will, a surge of vaccine availability. Next slide, please. I won't go into this in depth because I've read this before, but you can see that we're working our way now, and now including group 6, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. But so we've worked our way through healthcare workers, childcare providers, educators, et cetera. And then we're one of the counties, because we've made considerable headway in our vaccinating seniors, that were permitted this week to start vaccinating group 6, basically a week ahead of time. And thank you, commissioners, for approving, and thanks for the attestation, Commissioner DeBone, to OHA to permit us to do that. And then a few weeks later.
Doctor, let's take a moment. So yeah, Friday there was notification that if your county was in a spot where you could attest to the fact that you were comfortably offered the Phase 1B groups 1 through 5, that we could go to that Phase 6. So Monday we had a board meeting, and we didn't acknowledge it in our public board meeting, but yeah, there was an effort, and as the chair, in coordination with yourself, I did sign the letter, send it to the governor's office, and got a response saying that we are approved for Group 6. So I'm just saying right now is the moment we can acknowledge it and put it on the record at our public board meeting. I did CC the board email address, which would include the other commissioners, and I think there was a response also from the governor's office to that same email address. So we all saw it through electronic means, but this is our moment to acknowledge it in our public meeting. Thank you.
And we really appreciate your being willing to turn that around so quickly. So we got under the wire with the request. So we'll go on. There's Group 7, and then, which is just beyond the middle of April, other frontline workers and individuals with underlying health conditions that are younger, 16 to 44. And then aspirationally, the state is hoping to go to what's been set now as a national standard of all persons 16 and older. Next slide, and now I'll talk just a little bit.
So one more note. There was a phone call yesterday, Eastern Oregon counties in the morning. There are a few Eastern Oregon counties even asking for Group 7, and that was not authorized or approved by the Regional Solutions Governor's Office representative. So there were requests by some small counties to go to Group 7, and that was, they asked to stand by. So it's just an effort by some of the counties that they thought they might even be ready for the next level. Thank you.
I think had we received more vaccine, we might be poised there, but we're not.
We're close.
We're not ourselves. right now. So this is just a review of group 6. You can see this is a map at the top, all the deeper blue or whatever that is, aquamarine color, were authorized to move forward to group 6. In group 6, this is a nice colorful chart. Group 6 consists of adults ages 45 to 64 with one or more underlying conditions that carry an increased risk, migrant and seasonal farm workers, cultural workers, food processing workers, people living in low-income, senior congregate and independent living facilities, sheltered and unsheltered individuals experiencing homelessness, people displaced by wildfires, wildland firefighters as well, and then pregnant women 16 and over. So this is a group we're working on now. This is a very large number of people are so eligible. So it may take us some time to make our way through this, but we'll get enough vaccine to very substantially cover this before that next threshold on April 19th. So I'll turn it over now to Molly Willis-Darling, who's the acting incident commander.
Can I ask
Good
a couple
morning,
of...
Commissioners.
Sorry, before we move on, could I ask a couple of questions? Number one, do we have a sense of how many people in Deschutes County are in Group 6?
No. No, there's no easy way of doing statistics because of the underlying health conditions. It's a long list, and then there's actually even a longer list than that. But it's a long list, and there's certain things that it may be largely dependent upon the person attesting accurately. For example, the largest single group is likely people that are classified as obese, but that includes mildly obese, which is a body mass index of 30 or above. And if you use that threshold, on the order of 25 to 30% of adults in most states, including Oregon, meet that criterion. So this is a very substantial portion of our population. But the people with severe illnesses would certainly know, but some people may end up just calculating their own body mass index to be able to so attest. So this is a large number of people. We know it's a large number of people, but we don't have any, the census doesn't collect this information. Behavioral risk factor surveys only collect portions of it, and we don't have a true measure of the prevalence of the underlying health conditions. But the goal, once again, is to vaccinate everybody as soon as we can in reasonable order. So, and there's the intervals are shrinking between the times for the different groups. So we're very eager to vaccinate this group. We're getting a lot of questions about eligibility, and our bias is to vaccinate.
Great.
Does this group include people that work at Safeway, the checkers that see like 400 people a day when they're standing there, and they've been standing there since last March? I'm just wondering, where are our grocery store workers? Can you consider them food processing? I mean, they're actually selling food.
My understanding is that the retail operations will be in the second tranche and food supply in the second tranche of essential workers, which will be I think it's in the group 7, but not in group 6.
I just feel they have been on the front line. They've been essential, and they have seen so many people. I mean, 400 different people every day. It's really unfair that they haven't been moved up. So anyway, what I thought about pharmacists, and they finally got moved up. So I would hope somebody would care about people that work at the markets.
It's a complicated issue, and certainly, once again, our hope is to vaccinate everyone as soon as possible. Currently, rather than the allocations, the principal limiting factor on us is the vaccine supply chain. So as soon as and once again, to your point, Commissioner, if we get sufficient vaccine, that we can very rapidly vaccinate group 6, and we the eastern counties and requesting to move on to 7 beforehand.
Thank you.
I had one more question about the move to Group 6. So, maybe a month ago, there were so many seniors in our community who were looking for an opportunity to get vaccinated, and we were hearing from a lot of them. And then by last week, the eligible group was, it was seniors were still the primary eligible group, and demand, or kind of appointments and demand was tapering off to the point where we were ready. We felt comfortable attesting to move on to Group 6. So I'm just curious at this point, do we have a sense of, and I know that we've seen our numbers of, well, there they are, our numbers of, seniors in different age brackets, what percentage of them have been vaccinated. Are they, while we are moving on to Group 6, are there still substantial numbers of seniors who are, signing up for appointments? Are they still coming in the door at this point, or do we feel like all the seniors who wanted to get vaccinated have gotten vaccinated, and as we move into Group 6, it'll just be Group 6 people?
Well, we have the answer at hand, because if you look at the slide that Ms. Willis-Darling just put up, you look at 65 to 69-year-olds. Last week, when we showed this slide, that was 48%. This week, it's 65%. So we've added 17% of that population in this last week. So there's still a vital interest in this. The appointing and enrollment process has been reworked, and Molly, maybe you'd like to cover that again. So we're still working on this. And then I want to make a correction. Commissioner Adair, the word I should have used was frontline workers for the group that will be in Group 7. That would include people that face others in retail and even at counters of various kinds. Molly, do you want to flesh this out?
Sure. We still do have some seniors that are signing up, but we really actually needed to go to this next phase in our sequence to fill up all of our appointments. We're really thankful that we were able to move forward with that for this week. Nahad, if you could go up to slide 14. So exciting news that we have our new pre-registration that started at the end of last week. It's going really, really well. I think one of the most important things for people to know is that everyone can go here now and pre-register if they want a vaccine. The website is centraloregoncovidvaccine.com. They go onto that website, they fill out a form just with all of their information, and then that puts them in basically a waiting list for a vaccine. If you want to go to the next slide, Ahad. Once they're eligible, then we match up the amount of vaccine appointments that we have based on our vaccine allotment from the state with how many appointments we can push out. And then we pull from the list based on order of the sequencing per the state, and links are sent out to the individuals who have pre-registered. They'll get those links via email or via a cell phone or both if they've signed up in both ways. They basically just click on that link and that takes them to sign up their appointment for their dose. One important thing to remember is that these links are only available for 48 hours. So if I'm an individual that gets a link, I need to access that link and sign up for my appointment within 48 hours. Otherwise, that link then goes away, and we then push that link out to the next person in line. The other thing that's important to know is that if for some reason, if you missed signing up for your appointment or the appointment time didn't work for you and you'd received a link and then the link lapses, you'll want to go back in and fill out that pre-registration form. It's a pretty quick form to fill out. Also, if our community, if we have individuals who either don't have a computer or just have difficulty navigating computer systems, they can call our COVID hotline, 541-699-5109. And we have staff available Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and Saturday and Sunday from 9 to 1 to help the individual pre-register. And what that would look like is you would need to have a valid phone number either for the individual or a close person that can help them that we can call. So we will pre-register for that person. We will have their phone number, and then when their vaccine becomes available, an email will come to our staff, and then we will reach out to that individual via phone, and then we will schedule them for their appointment. So different ways within our pre-registration system to assure that everyone can get pre-registered and get signed up for their appointment when it's available. Nahad, can you go to the next slide?
Molly, before we go to the next slide, I have a question for you. How can our community members make sure that the link they receive is authentic, it's not a hoax, it's not a spam, and what are some of the indicators that would that should trigger any concerns for them?
That is actually the next slide. There's a picture of what they will see when they receive that email. So when you're eligible for a dose, and there's a dose available for you, then you will receive this email from St. Charles Health System. It's pretty hard to see here, it's pretty small, but it will be from St. Charles, and there will be a link. There we go, that helps. There's a link in there down at the bottom of that email that they will click on. It says schedule. And that's how they will be directed to the portal to schedule. So just be looking for that email, and it will say all the information about the vaccine clinic, where it's at, and that this is in partnership with St. Charles Health System and Deschutes County Health Services.
And
Does that
Molly,
answer that question, Nahad?
do we ask for Social Security, credit card information, any of that?
No. We would never ask for Social Security or credit card. They do ask for date of birth.
Okay.
And that's to just help make sure that we're getting to the eligibility criteria based on age.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So
And then this just goes
slide
back to, what's that?
I said this slide we covered earlier. I'm going back to it.
Right. So before we discuss any more related to our older adults and vaccinations, are there questions, commissioners?
Well, this is just a reminder that for people that may be, having questions about it, please reach out. Staff is available. Partner with a family member or a community member that can just help somebody, maybe somebody that's older, not getting through the system. Just please ask, because there's going to be a lot of support out there to get those appointments scheduled, and a little bit of support for, even getting people there. So the communities work together so well. At the fairgrounds, it's just been such a positive environment. People are just flowing in and flowing out with smiles on their faces. So if somebody's frustrated, please make a contact, ask for help.
Yeah, please do call our COVID hotline, and thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Bone. When you call the hotline, you will first hear a recording. Please know that doesn't mean that you're not going to get through to a person. It's just a recording that lets people know what the process is, who we're serving, and then it will send you either to wait for someone who's available, or it will send you through to someone. So for instance, this weekend when I called, I listened to the recording, and then as soon as the recording was done, it sent me straight through to a call taker. So just listen to that recording, and then hopefully someone will be right there answering, if not right away, within a couple minutes.
Thank you, Molly, for all your work helping connect people that haven't figured out when they fit in the system. I appreciate it. For someone who had contacted me who had recovered from cancer, that wasn't considered a underlying health condition, and I thought it should have. If they've been through that and they've survived, I would feel, they felt like they were still vulnerable. So anything you can do to help people feel better about themselves and get their vaccination, I appreciate immensely.
Yeah. Molly, I had one more question about seniors, and the question is, so now that we have Group 6 eligibility, are you guys still holding a certain number of doses for people who are Group 5 or older?
Yes. So every time we send out links, they will always be sent out in order of the sequencing by the governor. So if individuals who are between 65 and 85 plus right now go in and pre-register today, if we were to send out new links tomorrow, they would be in one of those higher groups. So it's always going to go based on our phasing. So that's why it's so important for everyone to go to this website or to call our hotline to make sure that they are pre-registered, and then they're prioritized based on the sequencing.
Great, thank you.
All right, that's it for the slides this week. What a great update. There is a possibility of a discussion of stepping into doing this every other week instead of weekly. So I'm bringing that up again just to kind of get a temperature of the board to see if it's possibly time for that, or do we have a opportunity to kind of aim for that also. The health staff is wonderfully preparing these. There is a little bit of overhead. We're seeing the numbers go down. We're on a great trajectory. So any thoughts along those lines? As I say, it's just making sure we're talking about this.
Well, we're not in the lowest group yet. Jefferson County, I believe, is going in the lowest group. Crook County is in the lowest group, and Deschutes County definitely needs to get in the lowest group. I'm hearing from the community, people in the hospitality industry would really appreciate that. So I feel like these are, I still would like these. When we get in the lowest group, then it maybe will make a difference, and we're up close to, because I think we need to work up to our herd immunity. What is it, 122,000? And we're not there yet. We're at 50,000, with both doses. So I do think this is positive. And if it gets any news coverage at all, we want the community to know that really the goal is 122,000. 50,000 isn't it. So I don't know.
That's
I
fine,
don't think
yeah.
we should stop that message.
I think we're close.
Yeah.
But one of the things I'd be really curious to know is how many people are tuning in to track this weekly update on social media or through other channels, and if we see that declining, we'll know that people in our community are feeling like we're on the right trajectory, and they don't have to track as closely anymore either, and so that would be a good indicator to me that we could go to every other week.
Great. Yeah, as I say, it's just kind of a conversation. Let's not keep slipping into this and forgetting that we could do that. So that's fine. Good feedback, good thoughts. So let's aim for next week at this time, and great job, everybody. We are celebrating that, the most vulnerable senior population is getting way up there in the numbers. We're definitely standing by or eagerly awaiting an increase in supply of vaccines. So that's the next step that we'll be looking for from the state, which is the federal, which is happening all around the world. So we're just all in it together at this time. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you, commissioners.
Have a great day.
so much for all your work.
Item number 16, CARES Act funded business assistant loan discussion. I'm thinking this is Greg Munn, but also David Givens, and he provided us a memo.
It actually is David Givens.
Yep, okay, David Givens, yep.
And Greg has also been piggybacking on the COVID updates.
I guess that's.
Not sure if he
thinking both
had
things.
any today.
Yeah, he's on monitoring the meeting today, but he didn't have a specific update to provide, but he's certainly available to answer questions related to the ARP or any other financial issues or questions that the board might have.
Good. So, Greg's joined us, and David Givens has joined us. So, I understand if there's other financial discussion to have here also.
Greg, still no additional information on what's eligible and what's not for ARP? Okay. Thanks.
There's that.
Okay.
Okay. So, back to David. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dave Givens, County Internal Auditor. Greg gave a nice synopsis of some of the questions for loans last week. And so this was meant to provide you some additional details as to the history of the loans and grant processes since COVID started. So would it be helpful if I kind of walked you through the information I provided?
Sure, a little bit.
Okay.
Just make sure we're all on the same page. Yep.
Sure. So back when COVID started, early on in March, our probably main thing was trying to connect small businesses with resources. We didn't know kind of what was happening yet. And so we bolstered our effort to improve our website materials for small businesses. So that was done in March of 2020. Whitney was a big piece of that in terms of helping that out, as were health services. And then what started to happen was community-minded groups started talking about what's next steps. How can we help small businesses? And so COIC hosted a kind of a group forum for those that were partners, cities, counties, chambers, and talked about, what kind of funding was coming out and what rate and what could we potentially tap. So one of those first things that happened was COIC became aware of a kind of a loan opportunity where some monies could be matched. And I believe those monies came from the Oregon Community Foundation. And so again, COIC kind of pulled together the group and tried to see, who had money that they would like to match. And so in our first foray into terms of helping small business, this was a loan product, and it was about 20 loans, a couple $100,000 to the Deschutes County businesses. And again, fairly targeted. There was quite a process to get it administered and to vet the various applications. So each of these, I'd say the application process was probably more onerous up front. As we got further and further into the process, we were probably getting quicker and quicker at it and trying to expedite the requests as fast as we could. But at this particular time, it was probably a little more lengthy process. Any questions on that first set of loans? Okay. Then we basically, starting in June, we started hearing about a grant process. And so again, there were some state grants available with some matching. And again, so we took an opportunity, and the board jumped at it to help support the small business community with some grants, with one-to-one matching from the state. And so we made about 115 grants to Deschutes County with that, with funds ranging from $2,500 to about, I think the highest grants were about $7,500. And again, it was very specific. The state had control over the requirements. They were fairly restrictive. And again, fairly onerous process about vetting and trying to get these businesses through the process of getting the grants. So again, that was in June. And then we have our largest grant project that came around in December, right before the holidays. The county was in receipt of CARES relief funds from the state. They had provided some guidance as far as eligibility, but it was a lot more open to the county's discretion. And so the county set up the process to grant these monies. And we granted about 680 grants over with $2,500 and $5,000 increments. So it, again, we spent close to, $2.4 million in that particular granting cycle. So that was our biggest effort by far. And so again, each time the process has changed, the eligibility changed, and again, it's all in the hopes of trying to help the small businesses react to what's happening with the pandemic. So, and that's where we are today. So again, the questions I think Greg asked were about the options to look at some of the loans that we issued early on, since we had, and then probably in retrospect, since we've granted so much money, is how do we deal with those now that we're getting maybe some more money that may end up also in a grant kind of a situation. So any questions?
So Dave, how many loans did we actually do then? With the 208,000?
I'd say it's about $208,000 in that original loan process. So it's about 21 loans. They were about 10,000 each. The county's share of that, the ones that we were attributed to our money, was 8 loans at $80,000.
So that's a good point. So we can think of this as two counties loans opposed to Oregon Community Foundation loans, like separate?
Correct. COIC actually allocated out those loans for administration to us specifically. So they picked from the loans and said, these loans now belong to Deschutes County. We have an agreement with them on how to handle those. It's very much like kind of like our business loans. We have the right to go after non-payment and things like that, collateral, anything you would typically have for a loan agreement. And so again, pretty straightforward loan process.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much for the memo, really providing those loan terms, bullet points, and understanding the dates as things were rolling out really is valuable to put the scope of what we were doing. So this is, when I look at this, I remember that, okay, we were trying to act fast, trying to be very supportive, and then all the grant programs showed up basically after this loan program. So it puts it in perspective for us.
So those loans actually now have been paying interest for a couple of months? Because it said after 7 months, interest-only payments?
Correct. COIC's been gathering up the interest. The interest still sits with them. Hasn't paid it over to us yet, but yeah, there is a small amount of interest that's been accrued.
Well, I think it's, since we don't have the rules yet for ARP to know, but if we forgave these, I know one of them is paid, that's giving them more money back than, our grants, because our grant maximum, what wasn't it, like $7,500 on the, what we've done with the 2.4 million, those max was it only 5,000? And then
5,000.
Okay, and then the other one, we did the other grants, that was 7,500. So if we returned this to them, or wrote it off and said, no, you can just keep it, that's giving them more help than maybe some other people should have gotten. So I don't know, I'd like to wait and see what the ARP rules are before we make a clear decision on this. They're only paying 2.5% interest, so that's pretty reasonable at this moment in time.
Any thoughts, Commissioner?
If we originally invested TRT funds and then we were reimbursed from CARES Act, I think it would be great. 2.5% is a low interest rate, but I mean, why couldn't these at least be converted to zero interest loans? Unless the interest is essential for COIC to administer the program or something.
Well, they would have signed a document, wouldn't they? They would have had to sign a loan document that said, we will pay back, so then.
Yeah, they would have signed a loan document at the time. But again, it's a loan, mutually agreed upon loan. We could alter the terms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we should know in the next 30 days, I would hope, what the terms are of the 19 million that we're getting. I would hope the government will get that information out to us soon. So.
Well, also, I mean, the other thing that's interesting to see is sort of the evolution of the intentions behind these three, kind of slugs of money. We are, there was a lot of interest in just stabilizing businesses, helping them get through COVID. And as we move forward, and I'm already kind of thinking towards the next slug of money as we move forward. It really is going to be about it's going to be about recovery, kind of like everything I'm hearing from the leisure and hospitality industry, which is the sector that was hammered the hardest by COVID. There's the regional economist and other people are just expecting a really robust rebound for that sector as a whole. So the question is kind of how do we help our local businesses, those who have been here for a long time, those who have made it through COVID. How do we set them up to be most successful during this rebound? In some ways, I think that's what the kind of what our task is. But I'm not sure what that means for the grant program, the initial grant, the initial loan program. Sorry.
And don't forget, though, the gyms that have been shut down, people
Yeah.
who have borrowed
Yeah.
against their homes. I mean, they were shut down.
Yeah.
Having 6 people where the whole membership, it would take 2 months for you to go in once. So it's and the breweries, I know they have had to, a lot of people have had to reinvent how they do business. So I just feel like, okay, we definitely, people have hemorrhaged money, thousands and thousands of dollars. And you know what? I'm sure that they would appreciate some help for them for the future.
Yeah.
As soon as we get those rules.
Yeah.
So, love to see the rules. I hope that, I'm hearing somebody is going to spend all theirs on infrastructure, and they don't care what the rules say, but we do have to follow the guidelines. So.
Well, this is a good body of information, reminding us of the 3 dates, the 3 groups of dollars, understanding the pool of loans, that this subset that went out, it was in partnership, and now that, Deschutes County has kind of the business end of, 7 or 8 of these loans, I guess is the way we think of it at this time. I'd like to proceed in a business-like fashion, understanding that, there has been a lot of relief. So I'm not ready to make a decision today, but I mean, let's figure out where we want to go as a board. If we are motivated to either offer these some relief in some way, or just hold them on the books in a very business-like fashion. I mean, that's going to be our decision space. So,
do we have a David and Greg? Do we have any sense of what CUIC is doing with the other loans in this bundle, the ones that were OCF funded or it came from other sources, the other $135,000 worth of loans in this group?
Yeah, my sense of it is that they're administering it to the what was the intent or original intent. So they're doing pretty much like us, other than they're asking for our guidance because we're partners in this. For our little piece, but I suspect they would do the same. They would administer those loans. If they come back, then they have instructions for what they do with the proceeds next. So for those other partners, but again, they're just administrating it at this point. And in fact, they hired a Community Lending Works, I believe, to do some of the administrative tasks to that. It's all the loan documents and all that kind of stuff. So they actually outsource some of that to somebody else even. So,
right. Well, if all of these businesses applied for this loan program through CUIC, and then they allocated 8 of them to our dollars. In some ways, it's probably important to keep these 8 loans consistent with the other ones, because otherwise, everybody came in the same door and somebody gets a special deal because they're in Deschutes. I guess that's okay, but that there would be some value in just saying, this program was set up this way, and everyone who came in the door for this program gets treated the same.
So there'd be motivation to align with the other funds that were in this.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's one. I mean, we could do something special for the Deschutes County businesses too. I mean, there's some value in consistency.
Absolutely.
But Dave, I remember that one of them, actually, we split it in half from what was being set up. I thought some of the loans were like $20,000, but because we wanted our money to go further, was that the loan program or was that a grant program where we made it we made what Deschutes County was doing, because we had so many more than Crook and Jefferson County applying and wanted the dollars to spread further. Do you remember that decision?
I vaguely do, and I don't, it could be this one. We've done that in a number of cases, tried to make sure there's more participation. And so I can't recall, but that does ring a bell.
Okay. I just remember that decision, so.
Like if there were other loans made within Deschutes County besides the 8 that kind of got tagged to us, it would be really that would be really problematic for us to offer the 8 some kind of a special deal, and then the other Deschutes County businesses not to get that out.
Well, and that's what I'm seeing here also. So Deschutes County in partnership with Oregon Community Foundation, it says other COIC monies. So maybe there's a little, coordination meeting between the entities to make sure we're looking at this holistically for the people that applied. Just like you mentioned, they all came through the same door, and if they're treated differently, that would be, good to understand. Not that we don't want them treated differently.
Maybe we want to.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, I mean, if there was, if within the total, $208,000 pool, there were actually 12 Deschutes County businesses, but only 8 of them, were tagged to us, then I definitely would want the other 4 to get the same treatment.
Okay. Well, so what does that look like? So, David Givens, your thoughts about getting the kind of the funding partners together to have this discussion?
We haven't had that request yet, but I can definitely talk to COIC about some options there, or what the scope of it is, and maybe some more details on the loans in general, and it might help the discussion.
Yeah. Well, these are dollars in our Deschutes County public forum, so we just need to, make sure people understand the decisions we're making as we step through this. So, let's do that so we have a little bit more information, and we're up to speed on it. Thank you very much for the memo. It's great to see the dates and kind of the intention of each one of those groups of dollars.
Dave, I see that they're actually required a personal guarantee by the owner. Do you want to just check on the status and make sure that they're all still in business? We just heard about the 100-year bakery that's closing in Portland, and Apple and Cutlets is now closing because it was over 100 years old. No buyer for that company. So I just, it looked like we were picking really solid businesses, but just, kind of check in and see.
Yeah. And initially, this discussion came up because COIC had one of our businesses that had one of our loans where the business hadn't communicated with them in quite some time after numerous attempts. And so they got a little worried about that one, but they had since resumed contact. So again, they're feeling better about that business. So I haven't heard any indication that we have anyone in default or that they're having to pressure to follow the rules. So for right now, things are okay. So, but I can find out the status, and in general on the overall portfolio, they might be able to give me some information.
Yep. Good. Okay. Well, that's a step into it for now. We'll bring this back, obviously. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to see this background information as we start to look forward towards the ARP.
Great.
Anything else, Greg Munn from Finance at this time, then?
Nope, I think Dave did a good job of providing you the background and history that you asked for last week.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much. We will go to the next agenda item. Have a great day. Item number 17, consideration of Community Development Department FTE request. Nick Lilac.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Nick Lilac, Deschutes County Community Development Director. I should be joined here by Sherry Pinner. I see her coming online right now, our Senior Management Analyst. She will provide an overview of the request. I will then provide a few comments about the Planning Division's request. Peter Gutowski, our planning manager, is out of the office this week, and Randy Scheid, I'm hoping, is going to be available to join us, our building official, to discuss the building request, and if not, he may be in the field, and Sherry and I may be covering for him. So, Commissioners, if I may, I'll turn it over to Sherry Pinder to kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning, Commissioners. Sherry Pinner, I'm a Senior Management Analyst for Community Development, and we wanted to spend a little bit of time today talking to you about the permitting volume that we are seeing in our Building Safety Division and our Planning Division. So many of you are aware through our new development monthly activity report that we've experienced an increase most of this fiscal year. And so our original plan was to ask for an increase in staffing during the fiscal year 22 budget process. However, as we got into March application submissions, we're seeing a significant increase in land use applications and as well as building safety. So in land use, let's talk about that for a second. So they were at like a 12 to 13% increase through the end of February. And once March occurred, we've collected 112 applications so far. We have 7 business days left. And I anticipate that that's going to end up being about 150 applications, which we have not seen that kind of volume since pre-recession. Our building application volume is coming in at about 20 to 25% higher than prior fiscal year and 25% higher than fiscal year 19. So again, we're experiencing a large volume of applications, which led us to make this request now. Given the amount of time it takes to recruit, train, and get people situated and ready and understand our codes, we thought we would ask now rather than wait until July. Any questions on application volume?
You mentioned when, what did you say, when March hit, or when March came? Yeah, it just showed up, but all of a sudden the numbers went way up again, and yeah, that's
absolutely
they keep going up. Yeah.
Yeah.
No other questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. So I'll just provide a couple of additional comments about the Planning Division, and I see Randy Scheid, our building official, has joined us, which I'm glad to see. In addition to all of the permitting activities, one of the other areas that we're experiencing just extraordinary work volumes are all of the calls and emails from people continuing to explore properties in Deschutes County. And those don't always turn into permits, but they require a lot of correspondence and exploration with people seeking the properties. And I think I shared this last summer or early fall, that typically we see this along the I-5 corridor from in Seattle to San Diego, but we're really seeing it across the country, unlike we've ever seen before. And so many of these property owners are seeking properties where they're not familiar with Oregon's land use rules, so we're needing to explain what can or may not be possible to occur on certain rural properties. And so sometimes they'll then look to the cities, but my only point is that's another area that is just exploded for current planning.
So you mentioned traditionally we've seen Oregon residents from the I-5 corridor looking to develop here, but now we're seeing a national focus.
We're seeing a really significant national focus on Central Oregon, and particularly in Deschutes County. And we're one of those regions in the state, one of those Zoom regions of the state. I know the Columbia River Gorge and the coast are also experiencing just extraordinary demands. So a lot of our staff are exempt from overtime. Most of them are working well over 40 hours per week, if not far over 40 hours a week, just to try to respond to calls even within a couple of days. Our normal goals are 24 to 48 hours, but now it's taking a few more days than that. And as Sherry mentioned, typically it takes at least a few weeks to recruit, if not 3 weeks. In fact, we're proposing 3 weeks, just given that we would be launching or initiating, if approved, any recruitment during spring break this week, and we recognize that people are returning next week, which they're getting caught up. So we likely wouldn't close the positions until the middle of April, but this would certainly give us a head start over the budget process to hopefully have somebody have new staff hired by early summer rather than waiting through the budget process, which is what we were initially going to consider, and then not getting people on until August or even September. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the Planning Division, and I'm happy to also turn it over to Randy Scheid, our building official, to discuss the increased business volumes in our Building Safety Division.
So one question, just kind of space demands and the balance of remote work for I'm thinking the planner, senior planner, and assistant planner. What's the kind of lay of the land for being able to respond, and is the balance of remote work working well? I mean, just some thoughts along those lines for us.
Well, right now, we still have a few workstations open in our office. We are beginning to explore how we can maximize other spaces in our office that may be used for storage or maybe not be used as efficiently as possible. Most of our planners are still working either primarily remotely, but all planners come and go because all planners have at least a couple of days in the office where they're working the counter, they're picking up files, and then they're working remotely. So most of our staff is continuing to work remotely. They're being extremely efficient about it, and we're able to track that, and they're reporting their work volumes very, very well. But as we look at future space needs, we'll explore that with Lee Randall and facilities and look at remote work options. The great thing is, for example, when building and in coordinated services, we do have access to satellite offices in the city of Sister City Hall and city of La Pine, where we have permit tech opportunities. And when it comes to building, and I don't mean to be stealing Randy's thunder here, but some of our building inspectors live in or very near their inspection areas, for example, and it really creates tremendous efficiencies for them and cost savings for the county. For them to go immediately from home to the job sites. They can conduct more inspections on a daily basis. So we're learning about a lot of efficiencies, and we'll continue to explore opportunities for remote work, et cetera, as going forward, as we need with increasing staffing levels. Thank you.
Great. So, yeah, Randy, please join us. And, yep, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As Nick had stated and Sherry has shown through the numbers, what I am seeing is volumes that we've not seen since well before the 2000s. We are dealing a lot right now with things that are take a lot of time because sometimes our appliances are not ready. We're having to find workarounds to allow us to final the building so people can get out of their construction loan and their permanent loans, but maybe open up another permit to install the product once it comes in, once it's in stock. And that's all taking a lot more of our time. We do try to be, we try to really work with our customers, and that takes time. The volumes that we're seeing right now, we've been running everyone hard. You know, we have a history of running lean at this county, and all indications are for now in the foreseeable future, business is way up. So it takes a while to get the type of inspector we want to bring into our county on board and up to speed. And so that is why we're making this request.
Great. So this is just working through the justification at this point today for a future board meeting? Is that what?
Yeah, Commissioners, if you're supportive, then we would ask Finance to prepare a resolution to physically add the FTE to the authorized complement for community development.
Yeah.
And the funding would presumably be transferred out of contingency to fund it for the balance of this fiscal year.
Well, I'll acknowledge just a year ago we were talking about how do we run lean in these very scary times, not knowing what was going to happen. And man, have we turned the corner. You know, Deschutes County in all areas, just activity, people moving here, needs for services, funds flowing. It is really changing. And this is another example. What are we talking? 4 people here, aren't we? 4 FTE. And we've added like one at a time in the last few weeks even. So as I say, last year we were really kind of struggling and working through the process of how do we stay lean in these unknown times. And we've turned the corner.
And now we understand how the pandemic has affected certain, if you own a restaurant or a bar, if you don't own an athletic facility, you've had a very hard year. But if you are trying to build something, or if you're looking at this mountain of applications and permits, it doesn't look like that it doesn't look like we had a slowdown or a downturn. It looks like, things are, it looks like the Zoomtown phenomena is just accelerating our lives. I'm very supportive of moving forward with these, the addition of these positions. And I also would just say, to kind of pull it up one level, I would like to understand a little bit more about the Community Development Department's funding base overall, because if it is really driven, I mean, if it's if it's highly concentrated in application and permit fees, then when we need to do things like answer a lot of phone calls, just people who are exploring things that don't turn into a permit application, how do we pay for that? And I know kind of on the long range planning end, there are many things that we ask the Community Development Department to do and explore for us. Kind of really getting our heads around housing affordability and housing supply, and doing a comprehensive plan update. And so I want to make sure that the funding stream for CDD is balanced in a way that allows you to do things that don't generate application fee revenue.
Thank you, Commissioner. And each department meets with the county internal budget team, administration and human resources, finances, and others. And we had a great meeting to begin to discuss that yesterday to prepare our budget due on Friday. And we look forward to that conversation with you during the budget process. And we'll talk about a lot of options and scenarios and issues that we're experiencing in coordination with county administration.
I just want, for the record, to mention last year, when we didn't really know which way things were going, and a couple people were stepping away from your department, Nick, and you said, no, that's fine, we can cut that back. And clearly now we see the direction that we need. I so appreciate, because time is money, and when you're building and it takes you, 3 months instead of a month to get your permit, that's not what we want to do to our community. It does really help keep our costs down. So I'm so glad that you've come early to ask for these people, because I know it takes time to hire great people, and that's what we want, is more great people to expand your staff and keep your customer service, as I call it, the Nordstroms of Deschutes County, because you guys always come together. I always tell people, if you have a problem, please let me know, because our building department is so helpful, and I know you guys have been under a lot of pressure, but that's great pressure, and we really want you guys to get those people now, and don't wait. And I know it's going to take, what, a month, 2 months? Mm-hmm. And thank goodness you're not waiting until July 1st to ask for this.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we certainly recognize that time is money, and we just hear about the increasing costs of lumber and wood in particular, but everything, including labor and then the lack of labor. It's just, there are so many factors, and you're exactly right. We want to do what we can to not slow anything down. And we're doing all we can at this moment, and we will certainly continue to do so. Thank you.
Well, and I would concur. I'm enthusiastically supportive of doing it now. Time is money is a great concept here. Revenues are generated for these activities, and it's a great partnership with the building community to be able to be responsive and provide that level of service. On our policy side and advocating at the state legislature, what can we do about lumber supply? I mean, that's tangible. You hear about it in the headline news every day about cost of lumber and the flow of those products. And I'm sure it's just not lumber, all supplies, siding, and I think appliances. Is that what you were referring to, Randy?
Yeah, now unfortunately it's electrical boxes.
Oh, okay.
The resins required, one of the factories froze, from what we understand, in Texas.
Well, let's hope they've warmed up by now.
Yeah, so
Yes.
Just those final components inside the electrical. Oh, interesting. Okay, I was thinking appliances, but I see what you're saying there. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also appliances.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've ordered an appliance made in the United States, and we will not get it till probably 3 months plus. So, yes, it's a U.S. product. So anyway, I think their business is booming, and that's good.
I just wanted to ask if there's 4 positions in discussion here, and if the 2 building safety inspectors are going to be, those positions will be funded through, revenue from building permits. Do you need those sooner than, do you need those positions? Are we talking about moving forward with those positions right away, or are we, okay? And then the other positions we're talking about, discussion during the budget hearing process, or are those positions, are we talking about those positions moving forward sooner than that as well?
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Our total package will be to propose 8 FTE. We're asking for 4 now for the planning and building safety divisions, and then there will be 4 more positions for our coordinated services permit technicians and support staff for our permit technicians in our full budget proposal.
Wow. So this is the first half?
This is the first half.
Wow, okay.
So can you remind us how many you had at the top in 2007? I know that, didn't we have a bigger department at that moment in time?
About 75.
75?
Pre-recession.
Okay. And what are we at now, Nick?
Yes, so in 2012, we were down to 28. Today, we're up to 58, and so this would put us at 66, about, unless, Sherry, I'm miscounting anybody.
That's about right. It would be 65.
65, okay.
Good.
So do we need a motion or a vote at this point?
Or similar to what you did on Monday, your support for the positions will come back with an actual resolution, which would likely be on your consent calendar next Wednesday, which would be your formal approval of the positions.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
looks like, very much supportive at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much for last year's clear acknowledgement of the unknown and to be conservative, and that's, it was really appreciated. So I'm glad you're very busy now.
Thank you.
Item number 18, second reading, ordinance regarding the ambulance service area. I saw Chris Bell was available previously. And Tom Kuhn.
I would note that it would be by title only. I would recommend that it be second reading by title only. That'd be one motion, and then the second one would be adoption.
Okay. Thank you very much. Tom Kuhn's with us, and then Chris Bell is logged in here. There we go, okay. Thank you very much. So please introduce this item, and then we'll get to it.
So this is the second reading of the proposed changes to the Deschutes County Code, Chapter, I believe it's 830, governing ambulance service areas and ambulance services within the county, and also Addendum A to that chapter, which is the ambulance service area plan. The first reading was 2 weeks ago, and this is the time and date set for the second reading.
And so there's no changes between that first reading and today?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner.
Go. So it can be simple as that, since this has been voted on one time.
Okay, so do I need to make a motion?
Sure.
I move we have the second reading of ordinance number 2021-003, the text amendments to DCC 8.30 ambulance service area and to Deschutes County ambulance service area plan.
I second.
By title only?
Oh, yes, by title only. Sorry.
I second by title only.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other discussion? Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes no, and acknowledging that it was truly just that one definition of stable and unstable being included. I'm very supportive of expanding, the service opportunity for a private service company to be part of this mix. So with that statement, I will read ordinance This is the second reading of ordinance number 2021-003, an ordinance amending Chapter 8.30 Ambulance Service Area of the Deschutes County Code and amending Appendix A to Chapter 8.30, the Ambulance Service Area Plan for Deschutes County. At this time, is there a motion for adoption?
You may need to help me with the phrasing.
So, yeah, it's really just adopting.
I move that we adopt ordinance number 2021-003, tax amendments to DCC 8.30 ambulance service area and to Deschutes County Ambulance Service Area Plan. Is that?
Yep, just an adoption.
And I'll second it.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes no. So it is a 2-to-1 vote. It'll be in effect 90 days from today, is my understanding. It's the way this works. So as I say, we've got a great partnership out there, and this is representing all ambulance service partners in the county service area. All right. So that's it for our morning session. At this time, lunch recess will be coming back for one other item and an executive session. I don't know if there's more than one or just the follow-up for employee personnel evaluation. So we'll recess till lunch at 1 o'clock.
Oh, and I do want to remind everyone, the High Desert Stampede, the slack starts tonight at 5 p.m. And then I don't know if there's still any tickets left for tomorrow night, but the other 2 nights have all been sold out for, I think, about a month.
There you go.
So anyway, yes, thank you for that committee for putting it all together. Looking forward to it.
Okay, so recess till 1. Back from a lunch break at 1 o'clock. Getting the meeting back on track here. So this next item, deliberations for a conditional use and site plan review appeal for private campground. Cynthia Smith, thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. For the record, Cynthia Smith with the County Planning Division.
I think we were trying to celebrate, what was it, 15 or 20 years or 10 years? I forget, yeah, 20 years.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that.
Well, thank you very much for your service, yeah, so.
Thank you, appreciate that. It's been interesting and I've seen a lot over the years.
Okay. Yes.
So, and now we are here today for a private campground. So the task before the board is for the board to deliberate on an appeal and a modification of a private campground for the property located at 64061 North Highway 97. This is a conditional use permit and site plan primarily for the private campground. It does include 15 sites, campsites. 5 of them are yurts and 10 of them are tent or RV sites. The zoning is MUA 10. Just a little background before we dive into all the details here. The hearings officer's decision, which was issued in early 2020, was denied for various reasons that we will discuss in a moment. The decision was appealed by the owner, Sean Cormandy. The board held a public hearing on February 3rd. The written record period was left open for 14 days, ending on February 17th, and final arguments ended on February 24th. The record is closed. We can only discuss what is in the record. Staff can only answer questions based on the record. We have about a month to issue a decision here. The 150-day time clock ends on April 22nd. Just keep that in mind. I've prepared 4 decision matrices. I've provided a paper copy for you. Sometimes it's helpful to have that right in front of you. This is a decision-making tool for all the issues that we will be addressing. This is a summary of the main issues in the record and legal arguments brought forward by various parties. Most of the issues were raised at the lower hearing and before the board. They're intertwined with one another, and I tried to cover most current issues presented to the board in these matrices. This is not a replacement for the decision, but simply a tool to help you make a decision on each issue. There are 4 matrices. One is for conditional use standards, it's quite lengthy. And then somewhat related are the Oregon administrative rules. There's a matrix for that. There's some site plan review issues we want to discuss. There's a matrix for that one. And then there's 4 conditions of approval that we just want to bring forward for discussion. Like I said, I'm only bringing forward some of the main issues that were addressed at before the board. Now, the hearings officer denied the campground. This is for just to kind of refresh your memory. Denied the campground because the applicant did not propose shower facility. They did not propose adequate sanitary facilities or lavatories, hand washing facilities. They did not demonstrate adequate water availability, or basically what the water was, if it was satisfied for adequate for the campground, pardon me, and then adequacy of the septic feasibility. So because of these deficiencies, the hearings officer had a hard time making a call on various sections of code, and those we will address today in our matrices as we go through them. Include county code and also the Oregon administrative rules. So there's a lot before you, as you can see by the stack of matrices in front of you. But just to let's keep the proposal, keep in mind the big picture. So when we're reviewing this, we want to generally know if the site is suitable for the use. We're looking at site design and operating characteristics, transportation, natural and physical features, and this includes hazards such as wildfire hazards. Specifically, we want to know if the campground meets all the applicable standards, and that includes Deschutes County Code and Oregon administrative rules. We're going to be looking at the shower facility, the lavatory, the water availability, septic, and a couple other things such as setbacks, campsite spacing, open space, So we're going to look at the big picture and then also specific standards. And then we're also going to look at whether this use is compatible to existing and projected uses on surrounding properties. Site, design, operating characteristics, transportation, we're looking at all those issues, but how it is going to be compatible to the surrounding area. We look at other impacts such as dust, noise, visibility, trespassing, and fire hazard is of course grouped in there. For our site plan review, we're primarily focusing on what the development is like on the property. We want to know if that if the development will relate harmoniously to the natural environment and existing development. We're going to look at impacts. Will there be adverse impacts minimized with this proposal? Is this a safe environment as well? Looking at transition from public to private spaces, vehicle and pedestrian connectivity and maneuverability, and then also accessibility compliance are all issues that were brought forward. Lastly, there is a matrix on conditions of approval. There are only 4. 2 of them are errors that are proposed for correction if the board decides to approve this proposal, and then there are 2 that are proposed conditions of approval from proposed by opposition. Going forward with deliberations, I was planning on assisting the board first starting with a description of the issue, provide insight of the hearings officer's findings, maybe give a quick summary on any opponents or applicants' responses, and then present the actual question that is before the board. Keep in mind the board can also adopt the hearings officer's decision with or without changes. And with all that information before you, how would the board like to proceed with going through this deliberation?
Any thoughts to start?
One thing I should make sure I mention on the recommendation of legal staff. We organized a tour of the site, or our community development department organized a tour of the site. It was publicly noticed, and I participated in that. And I did have a chance to observe the physical setting of, of the proposed project, and I have that having seen that physical setting will be, it will inform my discussion of and deliberation on this topic today.
Okay. So yeah, and I did not do a site tour. I was offered it, just didn't fit into my schedule that day, and I had not followed up with that. So, but thank you very much for being able to take a look at it. I know Commissioner Dare did also.
Yes, I did the site tour, and what really jumped out was the property line issues with this property. They've got property line issues on the north and the south, I believe, but clearly we saw the ones on the south where they're still trying to work that out.
So along those lines, property line issue to the south, as an observation, you're going to Dial, our online land use information system. You're able to see, there's a straight line in Dial, and then there's kind of the curved dirt road, and kind of look like parking activity on the, across a line which looks like property line. So I'll acknowledge that, just an observation from looking at maps.
Yeah, and then there's a fence, and the 3 things: the fence, the property line, the roadway, driveway, parking area. They all they don't all line up.
Yep, understood.
And there's a lot of setbacks. So yes.
So, Cynthia, is there any guidance you can give us on that? So as I say, when you provided us a larger format map here, and it's very much a irrigation pond and a straight line for the property line. I guess, can you give us kind of the planner's point of view about that lot line issue?
There is the fence is not on the property boundary. So the setback is proposed from the property line, and the property line is very close to the neighboring property, Kramer Farms to the south. There's a house really close to that property boundary. There's required 100-foot setbacks from each side, from all directions for the campground, so that provides a narrow width of 130 feet to fit this campground development in there.
Plus, there's a 300 setback from the Highway 97, somehow because of the left gate corridor, I believe is what it's termed.
Yeah, so regarding the fence line, there is some, it's not an issue that's being necessarily battled out in this hearing before us. There's discussion and we'll be discussing it about the fence line and providing screening along that fence lines in the same location. That fence line, as my understanding, has been there for 50 years or so. It's obvious it doesn't match the property line, but the applicant is willing to provide fencing along that fence line, even though it's not right at the property line, to provide a buffer.
That helps. So
does that help?
Yeah, so there's a straight line, which is the property line, and so the geometry of the property line relative to the 100-foot setback is kind of the county code approval criteria, and then the fence line is basically outside of that decision space, which it sounds like.
Right, but it's also part of the decision, how the board is going to go forward. That comes up multiple times when it comes to adverse impacts, visual and noise impacts and trespassing. So the fence will be on the property. It will remain in that same location. It's whether or not the board decides to approve a different kind of fencing to minimize impacts.
I was kind of concluding about this, just the 100-foot setback relative to property line or fence line. But yeah, we'll get to that. That's fine.
And the existing fence runs north of the property line.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, as I say, you can see it on dial. You can see it on the overhead view, for sure.
And I believe, I did provide that larger revised site plan just for a visual.
Yep.
So you can look at it, and it does show that fence line on there. Oh wait, this particular one does not show it, but previous ones did, but it's definitely, as you noted, not the same as the property line.
Yep, good. Well, these are just kind of pre-discussions. Okay. So then the question is, how do we proceed? This is quite a stack of matrix decisions. Thinking, we just kind of start at the top and work our way down. You can help us get through it, and we'll take our steps.
Okay, and I will just put a disclaimer, or I don't know if you'd call it a disclaimer, maybe the wrong word, but some of these are going to be pretty easy, and they'll be easy to just get through, knowing we have a lot, and time, efficiency of time and getting through these is definitely something to consider. But there's also some overlap. Some of these are going to be easy, yes, no. Some of them are going to be decided. You're going to decide, for example, the fencing is a big one, and screening and buffering. That is going to fall. It's going to tie into other sections. So by the time we get to those other sections, it may be easy and quicker. We'll be able to get through those sections a little quicker because we've already discussed it.
The concepts will be kind of decided, so it may answer itself as we step it through. Understood.
Yeah, correct. Okay, so we'll move right along. So the first one is, what I'm going to do here is I'm going through the conditional use standards first. We're going to go through the specific standards that are to campgrounds, and then I'll back out a little bit and go to the general standards. Like I said, I'm only addressing main issues, whether it was a hearings officer's denial section or something that opposition has brought forward to the board. So the first one here is just water supply and sewage disposal. The applicant shall demonstrate there's adequate potable water and that it can be approved by the State Health Division, and that there shall be evidence to demonstrate that they're eligible through DEQ to get certification. So the hearings officer was not able to make a decision because they didn't have this evidence before them. So the applicant has presented this information with their modification. They provided an engineer's report on the water availability, the adequate water supply, the septic feasibility. They also proposed the shower and hand washing facility that was required. Opposition did not provide any comments on this section. So the question before the board is whether or not the applicant has demonstrated compliance with this specific section now that they have provided the information that the hearings officer was lacking.
So in the report that they provided, they say that their capacity is 50 total. So I just think we need to note that. I know I brought that up earlier from Beacon LLC, analyzing the water use. So I know at some point they were asking for 60 people, but per that report, it says clearly 50. That was.
And just to make a note on that, there is, we do address that in another section.
Okay.
The applicant is accepting the cap, the occupancy cap of 50. The opposition would like to see something less than that, but they are accepting, the applicant is accepting the capacity of 50. So that is definitely an issue we can discuss when we get to that section.
Well, and I'll acknowledge that too. It looked like they had made a justification that septic could be designed in or could handle 75, and then 60 was mentioned in the application, but 50 is an accepted number from the applicant. So I'm just acknowledging that's the number I've been working with is 50 also. So one question, there's a, and as I say, question that you may know in your head here, there's a cistern mentioned and a water supply. So there's a groundwater well, and is the cistern part of a separate water system or the same system?
I believe they're providing that, and I think that's covered in their fire hazard mitigation measure, the cistern, to help for additional fire hazard mitigation. So I think it's separate. I can't remember the exact details. I would have to look that up in the that section that they.
Yeah, as I say, I know the concept is there's a cistern, which is water storage capacity, and pressurized water on site. So I guess design-wise, I didn't really review if there's connectivity or if that cistern is irrigation water. As I say, actually, I can imagine the applicants cringing right now when we're like, well, it's in the record somewhere, I'm sure.
I remember the cistern being connected to the fire suppression capacity as well.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I would assume that it's, you pump the water out of the well and you just store it in the cistern, just so it's you have more water handy. But
well, so as I say, the applicant has acknowledged water and septic capacity needs and requirements. So this is different than what the hearings officer saw. So I would acknowledge that, yes, the applicant is committed to having a septic system sized appropriately and water supply available.
yeah, I believe that I believe we can find compliance as well, because what the hearings officer considered they didn't have all of this information that was submitted later as a modification. And now that we have that information on the water supply and the sanitary facilities, it seems like that satisfies the hearing officer's information needs.
Okay. So do you agree, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. Number one has been answered.
Great. See, the first couple are nice and fairly easy.
Oh, that was an easy one, too.
We're just getting warmed up.
So moving on, specific campground criteria is the campground shall conform with the state standards in Oregon Administrative Rule 918, which we'll get to. But also there are county code requirements. And one of them is that 65% of the parcel shall be retained as open space. Natural vegetation shall be maintained. And that walkways, roadways, parking spaces, etc., shall not be considered part of the open space. the hearings officer calculated that there's approximately 1 acre available for the applicant and can meet the 65% open space requirement with a condition of approval. But however, because the shower was not available in at the lower hearing, she was unable to make a determination. Essentially, the applicant agrees with the hearings officer now, and now that they've provided the shower, they believe that it complies with this criteria. The opponents believe that because a significant amount of natural vegetation from the open areas have been removed, that through the grazing of the livestock that are on the property, that it hasn't. That it's not in compliance here, and so that's the argument they present, that there's because of the significant amount of vegetation that has been removed, that they're not in compliance, and this vegetation was removed kind of since they applied for the application back in 2019. So before the board is to determine whether the applicant has demonstrated specific standards here governing campgrounds and providing enough with the added showers. Are they in compliance with the 65% open space?
So I would confirm that, yeah, 65% open space, that percentage of the parcel seems very, very doable. So then the vegetation discussion, if we're talking about grazing, that's different than the mature or any age juniper tree or other shrubs. So I'm supportive of vegetation is maintained. So then if it's mentioned since the application started, that's kind of awkward. But I mean, yeah, we're talking grazing is different than more permanent.
Yeah, no, I'd agree that more than 65% is open space is maintained. And then natural vegetation is a really complicated thing to talk about. And, for me, as a person natural resources person who thinks about the landscape long term, natural would be, natural for an area like this 100, 150 years ago would have been much more grass, much less juniper, much less shrubs. Maintained by frequent fires. So it's I wouldn't call what's there any less natural than any surrounding properties.
Commissioner Dare?
Well, goats are known to do tremendous jobs for fire clearance, so I do believe that the goats were busy, but there's still there's still vegetation there.
So we can support adopting findings
Yes.
of compliance.
Yeah, and then just to preview kind of some of my thoughts that will come up later on. I actually I think that the amount of juniper on that property is it's more than is natural. And they're not unlike any of their neighbors around them in that. But it's also it is potentially a fire concern, and so. As I was sort of thinking about, okay, well, how do you deal with juniper as a fire concern? You can, one thing you can do is you can limb the juniper up pretty high, but then that takes away a lot of the screening value of the tree. Or we could, I might be inclined as we get farther into this to condition more fence screening, on the assumption that, they may reach a point that they don't want all that juniper that's currently on the property later. So, so
we'll get there.
Just giving you a preview of where I'm going with that natural vegetation thought.
Understood. Okay, item 3.
Okay. I'm just writing notes down here. Pardon me. Okay, so number 3. Moving on, a campground shall provide potable water, toilet, shower facilities. So this is kind of the key. This one, the denial kind of hinged on this one. The hearings officer included that the required components, such as the shower facility and the hand washing facility, was not proposed at the lower hearing, and so she denied it based on not having showers. Let's see here. And that also the applications were not supported by any analysis regarding water and septic feasibility. So as we know, with the third modification, the applicant provided showers, hand washing facilities, showed their water adequacy and septic feasibility. Opponents did not have any comments to this, so before the board is whether the applicant demonstrated compliance with this section of code governing campgrounds.
So yes.
Here you go.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, so the applicant, that was their motivation and will, so I support that also.
I'm going to just interject, right? The hearings officer, I also provided, and this is something I don't always do, I provided the hearings officer's decision, and it's a pretty thick one, as you can see there in front of you. And the hearings officer provided a lot of great findings, with, she finds almost compliance through a lot of these, and then she'll make a sentence that says, well, they didn't provide showers, so I can't make a call. So as we go through this, we can work with those hearings officers' decision. We could basically adopt most of it and then just have just a slight change and adopt a modification to that finding for you with a lot of these criteria and the findings. So I also provided it because the hearings officer recommended conditions of approval. A lot of them will probably be able to transfer, assuming that the board would approve this. So if you need reference to the conditions of approval, they're at the very end, because we will be talking about conditions of approval later on. So with that, moving on to number 4, we are talking about roadways. The primary issue here is that roadways shall be improved with an all-weather dustless surface. So the hearings officer found that it qualified for an exception for paving, granted the granted the waiver, and approved it, or said this could be approved with conditions of approval, limiting vehicle speeds and providing dust abatement. The applicant agreed with the hearings officer's decision on this. The opponents, however, argue that gravel is not considered dustless, and that the roadways should also be paved in order to meet Oregon Fire Code. So before the board here is whether the proposed gravel roadways and associated conditions of speed limit and dust abatement can demonstrate compliance with this standard.
So do you know offhand what condition that is for dust abatement?
That's a good question. I know, and there's a lot of conditions.
Go ahead.
I would just say that, with appropriate dust abatement and limited vehicle speeds, I believe that gravel roads can be pretty dust-free. So I wouldn't expect anybody to be driving through a campground at 30 miles an hour.
Well, and you see 5 miles an hour, and I remember driving in 5, you really have to focus. 5 is just rolling. It's not.
I can walk
driving,
I can walk that fast. Yes.
Yeah. So my thought is I'd like to see the condition, because I do support that gravel is an all-weather surface, dustless, the definition of dustless, and putting a requirement for dust abatement probably needs to be a little bit more clear, because magnesium chloride is the thing that you put on a dirt road many years in a row, or water. So are we asking for that kind of dust abatement, an investment. A water truck, 5,000 gallons is quite a load. So we need to get clear on what dust abatement means. So I'm very supportive of gravel as the all-weather surface, just what we're expecting for dust.
So it's condition, I believe it's condition K. We have campground access road shall have a posted and enforced speed limit of 5 miles per hour. The access road and parking area shall be improved with clean 3/4 minus gravel with minimum 9-ton gross load, shall be maintained at all times in a manner that will not result in a nuisance dust conditions on neighboring properties. It's generic.
Yep. And that may be good. So maintained at all times in a manner would mean, because also adding gravel in future years is the way to maintain a gravel road. Once it gets kind of ground in and rolled on, adding just that next little bit of gravel at an intersection or a high use area would keep it so the nuisance dust are mitigated.
And Cynthia, help me understand the process here. So if these conditions are included in the approval, then they are enforceable later on, right? So someone could, if there's broad conditions for dust abatement, then if someone later on feels like that is not being complied with, they can lodge a complaint, and then there's some investigation of that. Is that the way this works?
Correct.
Okay. So
yeah, someone could file a complaint that the conditions of approval are not being met. I think they need to have some kind of evidence that, for a code enforcement specialist to be able to witness during, off-site. But yes, that would be the manner in which they would proceed with a complaint.
Commissioner Adair?
Well, I don't like dust, and I wouldn't want to live down a gravel road, and and to make sure that they do an adequate care of the road. I just feel like, okay, well, I'm probably in the minority on this position. I guess I like asphalt because it's always cleaner. So, but it doesn't sound like it's required at this point in time. How long is the road, Cynthia? Do you know how many feet it is coming in?
Oh gosh, I mean the house is, at least 300 feet to get back to the house.
Right. Yeah.
And then the road that they'll have to put in along with the campsites, that could be another 300 maybe. I'm just kind of estimating. Or more, because there's also the hammerhead turnaround at the end.
Right, there's a lot of turnaround and everything.
Yeah.
Well, so I just know from other previous decisions that an all-weather surface can be gravel, and gravel is definitely a surface that's can take the flow of traffic. So I do support proceeding, knowing that is an all-weather surface, and condition K does provide the opportunity for somebody, if there's a neighboring property pointing out the dust cloud that it's happening, just that next layer of gravel may be the solution to it.
So it's a 20-foot wide road because it's two-way?
At least.
And we do have a condition K.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if we adopt the hearings officer's findings, that includes those conditions for dust abatement.
And we can also modify it, as Commissioner DeBone had indicated about, somehow we could word that adding gravel in the future to continue to mitigate and minimize dust.
Well, it says maintained at all times, so I think you could deduce that would be the solution. So I don't know that it even needs to change the words.
Okay. Clarification, Commissioner Adair, would you like some kind of statement in there of your thoughts on this? I don't know if this is a 2-to-1 kind of decision here, or if
No,
you're on the
I'm happy
gravel
that
side.
There's a condition K. It's actually in, it's part of the approval.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't want to leave it up to them. And, a 20-foot wide road with somebody going 25 miles an hour on it is going to stir up a lot of dust.
Well, it'll be posted 5.
Okay, so
Yes.
that means people will be going 10 at least. Yeah, so.
Or 7, maybe.
7, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to number 5. This is on packet page 158. We're talking about here, this is campground specific, and it's primarily about trespassing. It states that no vehicular or pedestrian access shall be allowed out of the campground. Fences shall be provided which prevent trespass to property not under control of the campground owner. The hearings officer found that this criterion could be met with the following conditions of approval. There was postings, the fencing had to be maintained, and then also the applicant had to needed to make repairs to the existing fence. Just to tie in, this is one of those that's going to tie to several other sections regarding screening and other visual and noise impacts. And as Commissioner Chang had mentioned something about fire suppression, if there's any limbing of trees, solid fence might be something to consider as a mitigation measure. So the Kramer Farms, which they're to the south, and also Bruce Levin to the west, they're both concerned about trespassing. They would ask that, or at least Kramer Farms has asked that the solid fencing be required along the line of the existing fence line between Kramer Farms and the subject property, where it's located on the subject property, because as we know, that fence line is at an angle. And that they also request that the fencing design maybe not be left up to just the applicant to decide. The applicant does, there is a section where the applicant is okay with, I'm just trying to remember if it's in this section. So the applicant does not contest the condition of approval regarding fencing suggested by the opposition. So they are in support of providing that fencing along on the subject property to the south. Before the board is the applicant agrees to the opponent's suggested 6-foot solid fence. The board must determine whether the proposed fence demonstrates compliance with this provision for preventing trespassing.
Cynthia, is this fence to be wood? I mean, we're talking solid, but.
That is an option for a solid fencing. I suppose it could be another material.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking we've got a fire issue in the area, and if you're like, topping your junipers up to 8 feet, putting a solid wood fence in is something that's going to burn. So I just wondered what the requirement is for the county.
There's a requirement of any combination of fencing and vegetation, or it doesn't necessarily define the type of fencing.
Because originally they had suggested a 6-strand fencing, but that was not sufficient.
Well, it was advised that they were going to do a 6-strand barbed wire fence with motion detecting camera and loudspeaker. So that was why the opponents were not crazy about that option. I think maybe thinking more along, well, for trespassing it may work, but I think since this ties in a bit with the screening standards and buffering, that's where a solid fence may come in handy. You could definitely allow for a chain link fence here, but when we come to the screening and buffering sections, it may change.
And I would agree that a wood fence is flammable, but I'm kind of picturing the potential ignition from the campground not being on the property line of the property, but being closer to the campground activities. So that's why I would, in my mind, it's a good trade-off to either get rid of or limb up some of the junipers that are close to the campsites, but then trade off a solid wood fence, kind of on the closer to the property line. So that just seems like a lower fire risk to me, but.
So for fencing, I've kind of got, just like Commissioner Chang was saying, there's a vision here, and then we'll see how it all plugs in. So a clear delineation around the edge of the property, and it doesn't need to be a big solid 6-wire fence all around the property possibly, but some kind of delineation of this is the edge of the property. So then from there, there's really no other opportunities to drive, unless you're driving kind of an unmaintained area, an untraveled area. There's no pathways for a vehicle to get out around the edge of the property, so that's not as much a concern. You could see somebody walking around the property in that 100-foot buffer, but once again, as long as you can physically see that this is the delineation of the property, it doesn't need to be real secure, but a real clear delineation. Then you get back to the view opportunities between the campsite bathroom and the southern house, the house that's on this property just south of it, and that's the next discussion, which I think that's coming up in some of these decisions also. So, if we get back to a decision here.
If this matrix item is about trespass, not about the screening, then
yep.
It seems like it seems like we can adopt the hearing officer's findings.
I agree. Are you supportive, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 yeses on item number 5.
I'm just looking at, and maybe we'll come back to the hearings officer provides some conditions of approval. And I just wondered if there was any conflict, but we will address that. I should flag this for screening. We might have to change some of the conditions of approval.
And I would agree, and it's hard to kind of conclude that until the 3 of us kind of deliberate to make sure we understand what the direction is, because then you can look at them and say, oh yeah, that's what was intended or not.
Well, the neighbor's property is so close. Definitely, I can understand why they would want a clear, no trespassing line, south.
Right.
It's got to be really clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because how people wander.
Yeah, no, at least that condition, I think, that condition we could, maybe we can all agree on now. Require sign posting and enforced restrictions to prohibit vehicles and pedestrians from accessing neighboring private properties.
Yep, yeah, that's agreed.
Okay. And then the other ones.
Last weekend worked at Smith Rock where it was clearly posted, do not park here, and people were parking under the sign. So, people have a hard time reading.
They were doing what?
And realizing that, oh yes, it does apply to me. It's like my husband kept following this road that clearly said it's closed ahead, and it was. I'm going like, you think this is not applying to you, honey? So, yes, it does apply.
Okay, item number 6.
Okay, item number 6, we are looking at setback requirements. So no developed portion of the campground shall be located within 100 feet of the right-of-way or an adjacent property boundary. These setbacks can be waived for any part of the developed portion of the campground. The hearings officer found that the drain field, she only addressed the drain field because it's located inside this 100-foot setback. It doesn't comply, basically. She did find that the drain field constitutes a developed portion of the campground and should satisfy the 100-foot setback. She ended up waiving that standard. She did not address the other things like caretaker's residence, the well house, the trail, etc. The applicant agrees with the hearings officer's condition as conditioned. Then they believe that none of the existing developments, such as the caretaker's residence, the pond, the pump house, the cistern, and outbuildings, are, because they're not open to the guests of the campground, that they would not be subject to this. They do mention that the trash receiving area and everything else does meet the 100-foot setback is shown on their modified site plan. And let's see what else here. The applicant is also willing to relocate the utility shed, which is inside the 100-foot setback, if the board finds that it is considered part of the campground development. So the opposition believes all these things are, the caretaker's residence, the well house, the cistern, the existing utility shed, the trash receiving area, even the trail. Part of the trail goes into the 100-foot setback. And so, but before and also that the hearings officer didn't waive these from the 100-foot setback requirement. So before the board is to determine whether these other elements of the campground constitute developed portions of the campground, and if yes, whether these facilities should be moved or if a waiver can be granted. This is probably handy to have that site plan that I provided you in paper copy there to see the 100-foot setback. There is a portion of the caretaker's residence that just slightly goes into the 100-foot setback to the south. And then there's that utility shed there as well. There's discussion of the pond. This plan does not show the trail on it. I could find a plan that does have the trail on it, however, but I believe it does go into the 100-foot setback.
The fact that the utility building was added in the summer of 2020 without permits, and you're saying it's within the 100-foot and it's not where it should be, it seems like we should ask that to be moved. So if I'm looking at a map from September of 19, that wouldn't be on there, would it? Because it's the map that has the property lines clearly marked.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, because that structure was added later. And the plan that you have, which might show the trail as well going to the outdoor recreational area. And I could see if I could pull that up.
It is on there. It is on the 2019 one.
Cynthia, I'm thinking about the water infrastructure, so the pond, the well house, the cistern. So this is an MUA 10 property. If the owner was practicing agriculture on the or more agriculture, I know there's a little bit of agriculture, but if they were practicing more agriculture on this property, it's quite possible they would have a well house and and a pond and other kinds of water infrastructure. Would the conditions for setback be different if the well house and the pond were built for agricultural purposes instead of for this campground purpose?
Yes.
And
it would be less.
They would be less. Okay. Yeah, because you know, for some of these things, I mean, the caretaker's residence, I mean, that's been there for how many, you know, decades, right? So, I mean, you know, saying that needs to be moved now, that doesn't seem reasonable to me. And I'm just trying to think about if, you know, other pieces of this development that, you know, we might expect to be there on any other MUA property, you know, anywhere on the property. And so the well house and the pond, those also seem like, yeah, things that we could consider waiving the setback requirements for. But you know, just trying to kind of tick through the list and
Right.
see which things we should, you know, which things we should drill down on, and which things, you know, seem like they would be appropriate for waiving a setback requirement for. I would agree that the utility building, that sounds like it would be good to move that, and it also sounds like that the applicant is open to doing that.
So I think this is setting precedent, pardon me, just, you know, the developed portion of campground. So developed portion is the terminology, and this kind of sets precedents for any future activity. When we look at the campsite layout as proposed, you know, there's pretty clear rectangle with one edge tapered to the highway there for the setbacks. You know, so that kind of contains the developed portion at that point. And yeah, with the applicant offering to, you know, move that utility building, I think we can definitely get to proceed through this. But if we need to, yeah, write it up more specifically in land use terms, let's get to that point too. Commissioner?
Cynthia, the pond,
Yes.
is the pond going to be full of water for irrigation purposes? Because the first thing you're going to have is kids are going to be going down to the pond. If they're like my boys, you know, it's like a magnet, and they're going to be down there throwing rocks in and whatever, doing what they do. So
Walking right through it too.
Oh, exactly. Like we love mud, Mom. Anyway, I just feel like the pond, you know, it's been there probably forever, and but it's definitely. How are you going to tell people? Oh, but you can't go down to the pond. You know, like you're going to have it posted, and they're going to. It's going to be an issue.
Right, and this was an issue at the lower hearing, and I'm trying to remember that there was originally a trail to the pond, and then they took that out. And you know, the opposition does talk about the pond unless it's fenced to prevent use of a gathering spot for campers. So that's always an option for the board to condition it that that it's not part of the campground facility. So I'm just trying to remember if there was a condition of approval on this one and how it.
Well, so the decision right now is it part of developed portion of campground, and you know, would we need to ask for it to be moved or not be there? But I can't see that for the pond. I mean, so then the next step is, yeah, is there a land use decision around access to the pond?
Signage and screening to make the pond less attractive or less visible to the campground.
Or is that just the operator's prerogative? As in, is that a land use decision or a safety decision?
Right.
Well, it wasn't evaluated at the lower hearing as a recreational facility.
Yeah.
A lot of times irrigation ponds are recreational, even and agricultural related. And so they removed the trail to the pond. It was my understanding that it was not going to be part of the campground. I don't even know if it's full all year round. It's only full occasionally. And I'm just trying to multitask and looking through this regarding the pond, the hearings officer's decision. But it could be something that we condition that it's, that there would be signage that it would be off limits to campground occupants.
Well, yeah, so go ahead and make a note about that, and we can get clear at the end. It looks like there's support for at least making a decision around that. I wouldn't, if we haven't done that yet. So my point is for this item number 6, can the applicant demonstrate compliance with specific standard referring to no development of the developed portion of the campground within 100 feet? The caretaker's residence, I'll state a statement here. So that same setback wasn't required previously, but now that this conditional use process is happening, the 100-foot line is clearly at the edge of that house. And I do support that that's not a specific violation. I mean, that's just a edge of a house that's non-conforming existing, however you want to document that.
Historical residence.
There you go. And then, yeah, as I say, I just boiled down to the utility building. If there's offer to, move that away from, to that 100-foot setback, that may be a good solution for this whole question.
I just think we can't ignore the pond. It's.
Oh, yeah, well, and I'm saying let's put a placeholder in there and figure out if there's a condition or a statement for the final decision on that.
Yeah. And yeah, signage and maybe some screening.
And don't forget, the people were standing on Harper Bridge, jumping in when it said, "Do not jump into the water," last summer. So, and the kids were standing right next to the
Once
parent.
again, an example of somebody not following the
Not following the signage. I mean, it's like, it's going to be like a magnet for kids. They're going to go like, "Oh my gosh, are there fish down there?"
And then for the trail, I mean, it really looks like the majority of the trail is in the rock feature, in the little canyon in the rock feature. So I can't remember kind of that. Maybe to get to the trail, you got to go a little bit outside the 100-foot setback. So maybe we could condition either A, they move the trail to the extent possible into the campground area, and then B, some kind of screening. We're still talking about how far this solid wood fence is going to go, and it could extend far enough to visually block people walking outside the setback for a short distance to get onto that trail.
I'll just step in. The hearings officer did talk about for the drain field that they'd install segments of wood fence to provide screening for those areas that have been waived. So the board could also take the same approach if they wanted to waive that portion of the trail to be allowed to be in the 100-foot setback. And I suppose the same thing could go for providing a waiver for the house, the house and the well house and other existing structures.
And that sounds fine with me, that, we can figure out what it looks like in a written form at the end there. And as I say, I'm coming to the conclusion that the board can proceed on this item with the discussion that we've had.
Okay.
Do we all agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I think
we're going to get there, yep.
So the ones we're flagging for kind of dealing with screening or waiving are, okay. No, we'd have to waive a bunch of these. So, but the ones we're talking about, maybe you can move it or maybe you can screen it, specifically are the utility building, and the pond, and maybe the trail.
Yep, that's fine.
So,
and the others, it's basically just a straight up waiver.
Well, so, yeah, when we're talking about screening, I don't have a feel for what screening, what's the goal of the screening and what's, where would it be located? So I don't know that we would be negotiating that as a decision body or just giving guidance in a simple statement saying that,
Yes, screening.
yeah, screening where appropriate, or, because we're not going to point to a spot and say, put it there, I don't think.
But we are
And
trying to come up with what conditions what we would include in an approval from us, right?
Right. And when we get to screening and buffering, it might answer our question on how, resolving this issue, if you are going to waive some of these things, that the screening and fencing that is going to be required will, satisfy this. Because the way the setback waiver mentions it is that the hearings body can waive developed portions of the campground that will be sufficiently screened or buffered from neighboring properties or the protected landscape area. So if there is a requirement for a solid wood fence, for example, all along a good portion of this developed area, that it would then you could then tie that back in with why this is being waived. These certain aspects of the developed portion of the campground are being waived.
Good. We'll get there.
Okay. We got that. So number 7 is kind of an odd one, but it's wanted to bring it forward to you. So the campground allows for RV usage. The opponents believe that because RVs are allowed on some of these sites, that the campground should be subject to RV park standards. We did not address this, or the hearing in my staff report, and also the hearings officer did not address this at the lower level hearing. The applicant believes that this is not what's being proposed. We're not proposing an RV park, but we are proposing a campground, and that campgrounds and RV parks are defined and regulated differently, and staff concurs with the applicant on that. So in my notes, that I just pointed out just two areas that we're talking about is that campgrounds are allowed to have RVs, but they cannot have utility hookups, while an RV park requires utility hookups, and it also requires paving, which is something the opposition brought forward. So before the board is to determine whether having RV sites in the campground necessitates compliance with RV park standards. And you'll see my note there that your decision may set precedent if you decide that these are kind of interchangeable. So the board must determine whether the criteria under RV parks is applicable to this proposal, and if no, then the board can find the RV park standards don't apply, and if yes, then you could say that this is denied because the applicant did not address the RV park standards or criteria.
So I see this as it's kind of the terminology, how do we use the words referring to campground or RV park?
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's a no.
I mean, if our code says campgrounds are allowed to have RV usage as long as there are no utility hookups, and there are no utility hookups here, then I do not think that this should be treated as an RV park.
Yep.
So.
Okay, so yeah, we would all agree. So no on this question.
Okay. Moving on to number 8, we are moving into the general conditional use standards and not necessarily specific to campgrounds. And as I presented before, is looking at the big picture, is the site under consideration, is it suitable for the proposed use? And we're looking at the site, the design, and the operating characteristics here. The hearings officer found that this was primarily satisfied. However, because the shower facility and water tank, all that stuff was not in the proposal, that she was unable to make a more confident decision on this section. So as we know, the applicant provided the shower, the hand washing facilities, and all the other information that the hearings officer lacked. However, the opponents believe that because it's such a narrow lot, we have 130 feet of width to put everything inside, that it will be, that this site is not compatible. And that they also discuss the grading of the site is going to really alter its appearance, and the vegetation. The parking spaces are too small. There's extensive highway noise, and there's also the challenge of the highway access, which is another topic we will discuss.
Yes.
So the question before you is whether the applicant has demonstrated compliance with this general standard as modified.
Commissioner Derry? Or?
Well, I was just going to say the highway access is challenging, and I'm wondering if an RV does pull in, I guess the turnaround is really big enough that they can back around and drive out. You know, I was just thinking of some really huge RVs, and we all know how challenging it is to go there, because that was the general conversation when we got there that morning. So,
and we will, just a side note, the next standard or the next section, 2 sections that we'll be reviewing is transportation access. So we can, of course, dive into that a little bit more. I just presented it here in this section because the opponents, you know, brought several issues forward, thinking that this proposal is not suitable. The proposed campground is not suitable for this property because of its narrow width, among other things.
I think of this as this is MU 810. This is a conditional use. It's just under 10 acres, which is okay to have non-standard parcel sizes. And with the rules, it kind of built itself, as in the setbacks are what they are. And, a lot of these attributes that are referenced in the opponent's statement are that's just the truth. That's where we're at. So, but I wouldn't call that a consideration to be denying this.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can adopt the hearings officer's findings of compliance with the addition of the sanitary facilities.
Okay. And do you support?
and what have they said about grading, Cynthia? Because they're worried about extensive grading?
Yeah, and we talk about grading in, I think, one of the site plan sections. We do not have a grading ordinance, and it doesn't, I'm just trying to find that section, but we do address it a little later on.
Okay.
That it's not going to be massive grading is my so they say no grading plan was submitted because no mass grading is proposed or needed to develop the site. The applicant believes the proposed campground and related facilities as modified have been designed to avoid and minimize development that would negatively impact that natural landscape, existing rock features located on the subject property. So that's under the site plan review section that we'll see again in just a minute.
Okay, so yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes by all 3 of us on item number 8.
Okay, moving on. Number 9. So here, transportation. The site under consideration is suitable. The adequacy of the transportation to the site is suitable. And then I also grouped in here a specific standard for campgrounds regarding the campground being able to handle the anticipated traffic generated by the use. The applicant did have a site traffic report. The hearings officer relied on that. Also, Oregon Department of Transportation, ODOT, did testify at the lower hearing, and Peter Russell also provided insight. They didn't see any issues necessarily with the site traffic report. The hearings officer found that the site was suitable for the project, considering there was some conditions of approval in the site traffic report, and she may have, I believe she put those in as recommended conditions. ODOT does indicate that this is a right-in, right-out access point. However, as we know that there might be some of this left in and trying to do left out. So I think that has people concerned, and I know Commissioner Adair has also discussed that. The applicant agrees with the hearings officer on the as conditioned, but of course the opposition is concerned about the busyness of the highway and the access is challenging. Moreover, they talk about ODOT currently developing plans that may eliminate highway access to these properties. I think that's probably where ODOT is saying this can only be a right in and right out. But the opponents also talk about the transportation, the study that the applicants provided do reference 2014 ODOT and Deschutes County study regarding that usage did make it difficult for drivers to find gaps in both directions of traffic. So that's what we have before us. The board needs to determine whether the applicant has demonstrated compliance with the general standards regarding general and specific standards regarding transportation, if they've been satisfied.
As I was reading through this, I was trying to remember where the wall is going in, that the divider is going in, and whether it extends this far north or whether it's.
I think it's north of Deschutes Junction even, so it's not at this location.
No, it's south of Deschutes Junction.
Is it south?
Yes, because Cynthia went all the way up to Deschutes Junction, came around and came back down just to be safe.
No, but a dividing wall.
The dividing wall.
Oh, yeah, well, it's all going to be divided, isn't it? But I thought it was south.
There's a dividing wall ODOT's going to be putting in with J-turns, but I think that's north of Deschutes Junction, so it's not by this location.
Got it.
They were talking about something going in south when we were there, but we weren't supposed to be listening to that, right, Cynthia?
Right.
It's been acknowledged. Okay, yeah, so with this application, even if there's a future improvement for safety, it's not in there today.
Right.
But I was just trying to figure out how you enforce ODOT's right in, right out kind of requirement. If there was a wall, plan, then that's a pretty good that's a pretty good way to enforce your right in, right out requirement. But okay.
Yes, a wall does stop the traffic normally making a left going north, so that would be.
Yeah. Would a land use decision at Deschutes County on a parcel like this be able to include a physical, guidance? A pork chop is what you've heard of in the past, where it's going to have the curb, so you're not taking a left because the curb's right in front of you.
I know that was required for a dog and cat kennel further north of here, but it was not recommended with this proposal. So there may have been a change in how to look at these type of uses coming off the highway.
Well, that's a good point, though. So, I mean, we really have had if professional traffic engineers analyze this, and there isn't a recommendation for other hard improvements. Then the flip side, this is a campground. So yes, there'll be activity, somebody pulling in and somebody pulling out, but hopefully they're staying for more than one night, and they're not going to be leaving every day like a residential home with one or two trips per day in and out of there. So it'll be less than that, average per person. So there'll be an impact, but it's not a high volume impact.
The hearings officer does propose a condition of approval that the access point to the campground shall be designated as right in, right out only.
Yeah,
so I believe she took that from the site traffic report.
But I'm supportive of that.
I would think we would want to continue that.
Yep. Okay, yeah, so then there's support for adopting hearings officer findings at this time.
Okay. Great. Moving on, number 10. We're doing good time. I'm so proud of everybody.
Only been an hour and 15 minutes. I'm sure there's people watching just riveted to this conversation, too.
This is a long matrix.
Yeah.
I know. Okay, so moving on, number 10. This primarily is fire hazard. So the site under consideration shall be determined to be suitable for the proposed use based on natural and physical features, including but not limited to natural hazards. There's other things in there. So the hearings officer found that there was nothing about the natural or physical features of the site that would preclude significantly hampering operations of the campground. However, because it lacked the shower and the other facilities that we've talked about, she was unable to make a full statement of compliance here. The hearings officer does note that if appealed, that she does have recommend some conditions of approval to minimize potential wildfire. So the opponents are very concerned beyond just the neighboring property owners. There's people who have commented from further away based a lot on the fire that happened this last year in the, I believe it was a homeless or the RV that caught fire, and a lot of neighbors had to evacuate. And so campfires is a concern. Campfires are not allowed based on the modification. There will be a communal fire pit. That is a concern. That's probably the only actual live fire that there'll be. There's concern that camp stoves and smoking, RV exhaust, and other RV utilities such as propane and electrical sparks that could establish a fire on the property. The applicant has agreed for significant restrictions on the use of fire with investing in a cistern. There's the cistern information that I was looking for, and irrigation infrastructure to respond to a fire if it should happen. Moreover, they talk about Chapter 821, which has a host of restrictions to reduce wildfire risk. So there's two questions before the board here is, first, the board must determine whether the location of the shower facility and the water tank are suitable to the site considering the natural and physical features. So that's number one. And then whether the board must determine whether to adopt the hearings officer's recommended conditions of approval to minimize wildfire hazard. So back to you.
Location of shower facility and water tank are suitable concerning the natural and physical features of the site.
So I'm looking at it where it says proposed yard hydrant. Is that a regular fire hydrant that they're putting in?
No, it would be, I believe it's it's one of those.
Standpipe.
And yeah, what are they called? Aren't they called hydrants?
Frost-free.
But yeah, I can't remember the name of them. I believe that's probably what that's.
So I'm thinking that, yeah, that's like a hose bib connection for filling up or pot. Or,
frost-free kind of.
Yep.
Okay, one of those.
Yeah, on this old map, it says the proposed cistern with dry hydrant.
Well,
so maybe you can hook up to the cistern in the way that you could hook up to a hydrant in town.
Yeah.
Well, so the question is location, shower facility, and water tank to start with.
Yeah.
And then can we, would it?
I mean, I saw where the shower house was going to be when we were out on site. And it seemed like a fine place for a shower house to me. I mean,
the natural and physical features aren't in.
Yeah, I mean, the area that's laid out for the campsites and the road. It's not perfectly flat, but it's pretty gentle. It's a pretty gently graded landscape. It is within the 100-foot setback. I don't see why it would be inappropriate for the shower house and the cistern. in the water tank.
Commissioner Adair, is there anything?
Yeah, I'm looking, where exactly is the water tank then? I know where the showers are.
So on this old map, the cistern is located on the north side of the little campground road, kind of near campsite S3.
Okie doke. All right. Well, it's good that it's there because that's kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
So that seems logical.
Okay, so for that first question,
Okay, so yes, it sounds like.
Yes,
Board is
the
all
adopting
in.
the hearing officer's findings on the first question.
Yeah, yes. We could modify that to say that they're in compliance. And then the second one is if the board adopts the recommended conditions of approval to minimize wildfire, and I was just trying to find those. I know that, let's see here, campfires and barbecue pit stands are prohibited at each campsite, so that's in there. This is under condition E. E2 and E3 has one about propane ranges, stoves and grills that are licensed. So they have there's some requirements there. Let's see again, individual campsite. And then the communal. No, that's not it. I'm just seeing what else we've got here. There is a talk about being able to remove dead, diseased, and hazardous vegetation and maintain vegetation. That might help a little bit with fire. I'm just trying to see what else we have here.
well, being a juniper grass and brush area and understanding the concepts of defensible space and fuel reduction, my thought is there's just kind of one annual cycle of grasses growing, and it'll be pretty obvious about what needs to be removed or managed in the late spring or the early summer to get into that state of more safety, just the defensible space and fuel reduction efforts. My point is, it's different than a Ponderosa forested campground with 3 inches of needles every year.
True. Very true.
So are we allowing then a communal fire pit here?
That's the only fire pit that will be on the property.
And just one?
Right.
I mean, is it possible to put in any kind of conditions about the management of the fire pit? I mean, you just, like, I would want the campground host to go out there every single night and make sure that the thing is out when, at a certain point in time in the night. But I don't know whether that's kind of getting down into levels of operational detail that we're not allowed to talk about.
I would think that's possible as a fire, minimize wildfire hazard. I don't know if legal counsel has another opinion on that one.
Well, and when you go down that path, it's kind of what's enforceable. It's like, show me the log of you turning off the fire every night, or show me the report, or, so it gets into that kind of thing.
Enforceable or not enforceable, if you had a requirement like that, and then you had a fire escape from there and burn a bunch of neighbors' homes, then there'd be a lot clearer liability with the incident.
Yep, understood. Any thoughts, Adam?
Yeah, Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. I think we could certainly, the key with conditions of approval is that they really need to be clearly linked to criteria that's included in the code. And in this case, I think that absolutely would pass that test. And if that's something that the board wants to condition to ensure compliance with that code criteria, then I think it could be added in. Commissioner DeBone, your comments about enforceability, I think are 100% correct. Perhaps requiring that the applicant create a log showing that that's occurring would help. And then Commissioner Chang, your comments as well about sometimes, even if difficult to enforce, conditions of approval help influence people's behavior. I think that is a true statement as well. So it's really the board's discretion if you want to get creative and into kind of those operational characteristics to ensure compliance with this code criteria.
Great. So everybody's right. So so these are deliberations, and we're putting direction to it. You know, so this is good conversation. Cynthia's taking notes about it. So yeah, I'm thinking we.
Yeah, and I don't know, again, like, if we are getting down to that level of operational detail, maybe we can phrase it broadly, you know, that there's going to be, like hours of operation established for the, for the communal fire pit, and someone will make sure that, it's out at the that all the people are gone and it's out at the end of the operating hours on a daily basis or something like that.
There are hours of operation generally, so we could definitely add additional hours of operation for the communal fire area as a wildfire mitigation measure.
So being item number 10 in the second question, it looks like the answer can be yes, and conditions may or may not be just like the ones that the hearings officer had. So say there may be.
Right, and some of them include, like the ones I mentioned, there's discussion about campfires that are prohibited, the propane ranges and stoves. We can add the hours of operation. I couldn't see, she did put in here condition C regarding needing approval from the Bend Fire and Rescue Department regarding all required fire protection standard regulations need to be met as well. So I think between those three and then add the hours, we could probably find some other creative things to tie in with what you're getting at here, especially if we get to landscaping and Commissioner Chang's idea of limbing trees. I don't know if that's something that needs to be addressed here or in another section.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I mean there's so much guidance, and I mean to some extent there's actually state law around defensible space. So I'm wondering if we can just kind of tear off of that somehow to put in space, create some conditions for fuels management essentially at this campground.
Right, and the applicant does point out Chapter 821 of Deschutes County Code regarding reducing hazardous fuels. So we could make a condition related to that.
Which is,
and then I'd go ahead.
Existing requirements, but yeah, references a condition.
Yes.
So Cynthia.
And then I just noticed there's another condition regarding the communal area. Area include a fireplace, a portable cooking station made of cleanable construction and designed to permit easy removal of ash and wood waste. So that in some ways is also tied in with trying to mitigate fire hazard. That's condition H. Just wanted to point that out.
So what about condition E, number 3? Does that mean that they can have the stoves, whatever, are they inside? License for use inside a yurt are allowed? Or license for use inside a yurt are allowed? So they're saying that they can actually have those in a yurt?
Yeah, if they decide to have a cooking stove inside a yurt, it'd be similar to what's allowed in an RV. So that she's saying that was a condition that she said it has to be licensed and to be for use inside a structure or an RV. So it cannot be unlicensed.
Okay, but
And
to be
being
attached,
licensed will reduce fire risk.
is the word attached the right word? Shouldn't it, licensed to be inside? I mean, why, if you're saying it's attached, like, couldn't that mean that you could take something outside the door and use it? A grill?
Yeah, there's some RV, little travel trailers that actually have their kitchen kind of like the teardrops. You can open the back and you've got your little kitchen and it's kind of attached to the back, but it is covered. I've seen some that like lift up in the back and you have this little covered shelter, but it is, I guess you could say it's inside, but it's also attached. So attached could also be attached inside the structure or the RV. So one could interpret that in different ways, but you can reword it if you'd like.
So installed is kind of the concept also, because they're
Yeah.
RV rated cooking appliances.
Right, but if I got my Coleman 2-burner stove,
Yeah.
and I've got a teardrop trailer, and it has like a little shelf on the outside, like it is kind of inside, but it's not necessarily installed. It's just, there's a little shelf in there. I stick it on there, and I.
So yeah, the terminology may or may not, kind of matter, as in the intention is something that's safe, right?
Yeah. Licensed to be attached or inside, attached to or enclosed within. I mean, either we could.
Or is there a special regulation for a yurt, which is a soft-sided tent type building?
Yeah, there might be special.
So yeah, maybe we need to do our homework on the terminology a little.
I would like it.
But I think if it's
Okay.
Go ahead.
So yeah, she said she'd like it clear. So, and we're all in that spot. So sounds like we can proceed, but let's just also another to do, either clarify that terminology or explain it to us better.
Okay. Mark that one.
Okay, that was 10.
Okay, so number 11. Woo! Yeah, I think this is the longest one of all of these matrices.
Okay.
So this kind of ties in with the fencing discussed earlier and later. So what we have here is a general standard where we're looking at the proposed use needing to be compatible with existing and projected uses on the surrounding properties. The hearings officer found that the study area that was provided by the applicant was adequate to analyze the situation. They found that it could support a finding that the site design and operating characteristics are compatible with the existing and projected residential uses in the area. However, because there was not those other components such as shower, hand washing facility, etc., that she was unable to make a confident determination here. The hearings officer did indicate that approval of the application, if on appeal, condition of approval ensuring compliance regarding fire hazards, visual impacts, and trespassing. Some of them include installing a solid wood fence for screening, and then retention and maintenance of existing vegetation for screening to help buffer and be compatible with neighboring properties. The opponents brought forward the visual impacts, as you see on the list, regarding how close everything is going to be to that adjacent property to the south. There's also a group of 5 camping spaces. And then they also point out the vegetation that has been reduced by the goats grazing. There's also concern about noise associated with these uses, and that the property is not compatible with the development in the area. There's also a discussion here on trespassing, but I'm not going to dive into that because we did discuss this earlier, but this is trespassing is definitely grouped in with compatibility to neighboring, to the surrounding area. And then the applicant did provide a kind of counter comments regarding visual impacts, about maintaining the vegetation, providing fencing. They do indicate that if the board found that the existing vegetation is insufficient, the applicant is willing to include segments of solid wood fence to ensure sufficient screening. They did provide a noise study, and they believe that that is demonstrated that it will allow compliance with noise levels in the area. So before the board here is to demonstrate whether to determine whether the applicant's proposed modifications to include the shower facilities, laboratory, water supply, and the sewage disposal comply with this general standard, and whether it is compatible with the existing and projected uses in the area. So back to you. You can adopt the hearings officer's findings with some alternative findings in there, just to change that they have complied with the added features, or you can deny the application like the hearings officer did.
So this is where solid wood fencing is mentioned for screening, and I do support that, as in, if there's an opportunity to, visually obscure the activity from the residents to the south, let's put that in whatever words we can. It sounds like the applicant's very supportive of that, just to make sure there's a good relationship. The bathroom facility, you can imagine there's just the activity could be, kind of constant. So good opportunity to define that fencing, obscuring fencing. Commissioner Adair?
Yes, that fence is going to cost an awful lot, I can imagine, if it's going to be solid wood. So, but definitely they need the screen, and that's important. And then, of course, they mentioned 60 here, but I really think we need to clearly say 50.
Mm-hmm.
So.
That was in the opponent's response, so
right, I know.
I agree. I saw that.
Yes, right.
Also. Yep.
I just, that's
well,
down 10.
I'm thinking segments of solid fencing, and when I say solid fencing, we're envisioning wooden boards, but I mean it could be possibly other forms also. So I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Solid fencing is obscuring, probably 6 foot or whatever the appropriate height is.
Yeah, maybe solid fencing is a better phrase than wood fencing. Solid wood fencing. I because thinking about back to Commissioner Adair's concern about fences are fuel. They're flammable. I mean, you could. I don't know what this is called, but when they have those chain link fences that have the stuff inserted in the chain link that makes it basically visually not see through.
Brown wood pattern plastic, which looks like kind of a wood fence. Yeah. But I mean, it fit the.
But yeah, I mean, it does the job, right? The job is to screen the.
It does the job without adding another combustible element to, as far as wood catching on fire and then embers blowing off.
But also, we're talking, and my thought is it's sections of fence. It may not be big, long runs of it. It's just the optimal locations of, maybe 20-foot wide section where, from the house to the active areas of a bathroom facility and a picnic facility or whatever the gathering area is just, that's it. That's the optimal section. So it's not hundreds of feet, possibly.
But then, Cynthia, what are they doing about that property line issue? Is that in litigation now? Because on the south side, there's clearly issues.
So the proposed, excuse me, the opponents have proposed, and the applicant is willing to provide fencing along the existing fencing line not the property boundary. Solid fencing of some sort for not only trespassing, but also for visual impacts.
Well,
it would be on the fence line, not the property boundary.
I mean, I think they need probably the whole line, because that's a property that's right there, and just to give those people a little bit of sanity, so they know that there's not going to be people wandering around their place, you know, at 11 at night.
Yeah, so I think we're close. We're all generally agreeing that fencing's going to be appropriate, but then there's
Much, yeah.
I mean, so it's demonstrated compliance with general standards. We're focused on fencing. There's other items here too.
So Cynthia, the applicant has committed to replacing the entire fence with a solid wood fence, or sections of it.
The opponents proposed, and it was in an earlier section, and it was the fencing. See if I can find it. The fencing is located. So Kramer Farms asked that solid fencing, so not necessarily solid wood fencing, but solid fencing be required along the line of the existing fence between the Kramer Farms and the subject properties where located on the Cormindy property. So part of that, as you get closer to the highway, I believe, goes onto the Kramer Farms property, the fence line does. But there's a point where it crosses. So where it crosses, and then the rest of that length that falls on the Cormindy property is what they're requesting. The applicant does not contest this condition regarding fencing suggested by the opposition. So Commissioner DeBone, it would be a segment of fence, but it is a long line of segment of fence that ends up falling on the subject property, the Cormindy, John Cormindy's property.
And then there's also, looking at this older map, there are some chunks of additional fence proposed, like right at the edge of the campground within the 100-foot setback to block headlights. So that, if it was a solid fence along the fence line plus some of these other sections, where we may be accomplishing double screening in some.
Right. We could make a finding that it doesn't have to be both. That as a substitute or a replacement to the screened fencing that the applicant is proposing, right, to protect from headlights, then instead the board is willing to accept a solid fence along the existing fence line, and that would kind of take care of several matters: the headlights, the trespassing, other screening from other things.
I think that sounds good as a condition. The screening fence, with which could replace other proposed fencing that was going to provide screening closer into the campground. I do think that this idea that it should be solid, but we don't want to prescribe exactly what materials they use. I like that. That seems like a good addition as well.
Well, the problem was...
The question... Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Adair.
Well, the problem was originally he proposed 6-strand barbed wire. So that wasn't really what the neighbors were looking for. So we have to be somewhat specific to make sure that the trespassing is taken care of, the lights are taken care of.
Right. So, I mean, does the word solid, does that kind of cover it, or?
I think it's better than barbed wire.
Yes.
We have to eliminate the barbed wire.
Okay. Okay. I mean, you could also say, you know, it could be a chain link with the slats. You would consider that as a somewhat solid fence that would be acceptable, but minus the barbed wire as an option.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So as I say, this is item number 11, and there's other mention of now that the proposed application includes shower facilities, lavatory, water supply, sewage disposal. So we talked about fencing specifically, but the big picture is, do we think that we can get there from here?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, and I would say yes, just confirming.
Seems to be.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, because the key thing the thing that was potentially prohibiting us was the visual impacts from those.
Yep.
So the screening is the solution.
That was one set.
Okay. Okay, let's take a deep breath and move on to, let's do some stretches and kind of adjust our seat. Hopefully this section will go kind of fast. I'm going to move on to the Oregon Administrative Rules because they're still very campground specific. I think a lot of this is going to be pretty straightforward, but we'll start with number 1. This is your packet page 165, Oregon Administrative Rule regarding permits required, stating that you cannot establish or enlarge a campground facility without obtaining all required permits from the building official and paying the prescribed permit fees. Because not everything was before the hearings officer, she found that there was it was hard to make a finding on this. There was insufficient evidence. The applicant has now proposed the structure which will require building permits, at least for the restroom facility. The applicant, or not the applicant, the opponent argues that the limited space, the 130 feet that's wide width for the campground is still not suitable to even meet building permit requirements. So before the board is to determine whether a condition of approval requiring the applicant to secure any necessary building permits is sufficient to demonstrate the compliance of Oregon Administrative Rule 918-650-0020.
My thought is that it's already confirmed that building permits are required, especially for a septic system, bathroom facility, running water, public building. That's all there's already rules and regulations in place for all that. So I think, it demonstrates permit required and there's no way to proceed without it. So I don't know that there's much to say here.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
So my point is there's not even a condition that needs to be put here, I don't think.
Well, we can I think she did add a condition that it just needs to meet building, and that tends to be a standard condition for the planning division, that it needs to meet all building, state, federal codes where necessary.
Yep.
So we're gonna address it here further down. There's also needing the compliance with DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, and then the Oregon Health Authority for water.
Okay.
So those can be kind of grouped into a standard condition.
Got it.
Moving on to number 2, similar thing, the water supply system must comply with regulations of the Oregon Oregon Health Authority, again, since the hearings officer did not have adequate information, she was unable to really make an informed decision here. The applicant addressed the adequate water supply and accepts that the condition of approval that this needs to meet Oregon Administrative Rule 333 for water. They accept that condition. So before the board is to determine whether the criteria has been satisfied. Specifically, the board should determine whether the applicant has demonstrated it is feasible to comply with the DHS water supply regulations. kind of similar to the last one, kind of straightforward. We can do a condition. There was no oppositional comments regarding the engineer's report on the water adequacy.
I support that.
So yes?
Yes, include the condition.
Moving on to number 3, sewage disposal. Similarly, the hearings officer found that the table that was referenced in this code requires both toilets and lavatories. However, because they were not proposed, she was unable to make a finding. She found that it could be approved with a condition of approval requiring that they secure wastewater permit approval from DEQ. The applicant did provide information. Let's see here. This is where the septic feasibility analysis that the engineer provided talked about a cap of persons. The applicant believes that they can conservatively cap at 50 persons for occupancy. So based on the evaluation of the engineer, they believe this cap of total occupancy is adequate, 50 people. The opponents believe, based on their additional analysis, that this cap should be limited to 37 campers in their little write-up. So before the board is whether to determine if this criteria under Oregon Administrative Rule 918-650 has been satisfied. Specifically, the board should determine whether the applicant has demonstrated that it's feasible to obtain DEQ approval, and then whether or not to impose a condition of approval limiting the number of campers at the campground to 50 or 37 or some other number.
We brought up 50 in the public hearing, so that seems to be the most that should be approved for.
Yeah. I mean, the foundation for the opponent's concern is, a Forest Service publication that says, a camper could use 20 to 40 gallons per camper. And, in your typical family, there's going to be the little kid who won't take a shower, who's going to be on the low end. And then there's going to be the parent who wants to go and take a shower to get away from the family for a little bit. Hey. So they might use the 40 gallons, but I mean it'll average out. I mean just because this publication has said the range is 20 to 40, it doesn't mean that every person in a group of 50 campers on any given night is going to use 40 gallons. So I think using an average between 20 and 40 and multiplying that by 50 is an appropriate way to kind of estimate potential water usage and need for septic capacity.
So you're saying 30 times 50.
So 1,500. So I think that the number 50 people, and the capacity of the septic system at 1,500 gallons, I think that's appropriate.
So
yes.
Applicant supports 50 people total occupancy also. I mean, in the discussion of our public hearing, and it's in writing. So, yeah, with that, I support that also.
Okay, we will revise some findings and propose or require a 50 occupancy cap as a condition. Moving on to number 4, state building code. That's probably kind of straightforward as well. So the floor drain and screen requirements were not addressed. So absent this information, the hearings officer had a hard time making a finding on this, or at least approving it. The modified plans do show floor drains, and the applicant is committed to compliance with the Oregon administrative rules. And so as noted, this structure will require a building permit from the building department, so the board must determine whether the condition of approval requiring the applicant to secure any necessary building permits is sufficient to demonstrate compliance with the Oregon administrative rule here.
So yeah, just the basic concept that it will happen because as soon as you go to build a building, there'll be all these requirements in place and that it shall be following state building codes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
And we already conditioned that they have to get their building permit.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So, see, I figured these would be kind of straightforward.
We're coming to the same conclusion.
These are rolling faster.
So moving on here, we've got, oh gosh, this is just plans and specifications, design, the plans, the plan format and sequence. So the hearings officer found that the two sets of construction plans and specifications met the plan and format sequence guidelines for this Oregon administrative rule. However, because the shower was not there, along with other facilities like the laboratory, she was unable to make a clear finding on this of compliance. So we know that the applicant, with their third modification, provided the shower, the laboratory, among other things. Opponents did not have any comments on this, so it's before the board to determine whether the revised site plan illustrating the shower and the laboratory facilities complies with this criteria. And if it's been satisfied.
Yeah, so you can see that this is kind of just that matrix of decisions that need to be made once you start to go down the path of the OARs here. So I support that, yes, the board, we could support the findings of compliance.
Yes, it's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. And right below that is screening, and this is for any outer openings that open out into an outer area, such as for toilet and shower facilities. They need to be effectively screened, and there's certain requirements for that. Because there was no shower or laboratory facility, she was unable to make a call on this, but the hearings officer believes that if there's an approval on appeal, it should include a condition of approval ensuring compliance. The applicant has stated they will install the screens as required on these facilities. So the board is to determine whether this criteria under Oregon Administrative Rule can be satisfied.
Yes.
Yes.
Cynthia, you put this section second to give us a break, right? Is that-
Downhill
Yeah,
roll
just to
here.
make you feel good and
get some momentum going.
well, yeah, just to energize us all, right? So I'm going to move on to the site plan review standards, starting on packet page 172. Some of this will be
Number 7.
Go ahead.
Number 7.
What's that?
Did
Number
we need to do
7?
7 or 8?
Oh, did I miss some? Gosh, let me see here.
Page 1.
Oh gosh, I did. Sorry. I was getting all excited. Thought I was moving way ahead. I was starting to dance here. Okay, so number 7. This can be an issue a little bit, so we're going to have to put our thinking caps on. Oregon Administrative Rules requires certain spacing between campsites, 10 feet from between campsites. And based on the proposal before the hearings officer, it was found that the site plan met the spacing requirement. There was a modified site plan that came in that didn't, after this kind of, that didn't show 10-foot separation. Well, it was modified anyway. So the current site plan that's before you, if you look between sites 6 and 7, you will notice that the parking area kind of overlaps parking area for site 7 overlaps into that 10-foot spacing area. So the opposition believes that this doesn't satisfy it. And then also for yurt 4, the parking area is quite small, and that if it were enlarged, it would move into that 10-foot spacing area that's required. So the opposition believes that the spacing requirement based on this modification does not is not satisfied. The applicant believes that there is enough area to accommodate this, it's written in here, the boundaries of the individual spaces have no impact in and of themselves as long as they are within the proposed setbacks, and additional screening will be imposed by the that was imposed by the hearings officer, or for, in this case, the board. They also conclude that the hearings officer found that this could be met. Now, sorry, I was about to say something that I decided not to. So we're looking at spacing, and it involves two spaces, Site 7 and Yurt 4, and whether the board believes that the revised site plan can comply with the spacing requirements of this Oregon Administrative Rule or Rule section of 10 feet between campsites.
So this gets down to the fact that, this is a proposed, for me, a campsite layout proposed, and it's pretty, probably pretty accurate relative to scale, but something could be slid over a little bit too, possibly. I mean, so can you help me, from the planning and documentation point of view, is this a hard stop relative to the map they provided, or do we just say, yes, you shall have 10 feet, and we acknowledge that the campsite layout you provided might change a little bit?
You could acknowledge that there is the room as provided by the applicant, that they state there's ample room that can be accommodated, and that the board wants to see Site 7 and Yurt 4 to appropriately, well, Site 7, the parking area would need to move over in order to satisfy that, submitting a revised site plan. And then Yurt 4, you would have to make a finding that you agree with the opposition that that parking area is not big enough, and that it would need to be adjusted, and a revised site plan would need to be submitted. The question is whether or not we are going to be making a discretionary, if we're going to be looking at this, is if we're going to use discretion on determining if this meets the code when a revised site plan comes in. And I don't know if legal counsel wants to step in and whether this is a viable solution to provide a revised site plan to show that the 10-foot spacing is going to be satisfied.
And I'll acknowledge, I mean, I didn't do any measurement other than looking at some of these words, and now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, well, how technical do we get here as the decision body? Adam, please provide any thoughts if you can.
So I could provide some insight and then defer a little bit more to Cynthia as the expert on the site plan. If it's just something as simple as shifting something over on the site plan and it doesn't have domino effects, I think that likely that could be handled with a condition of approval. But if it's not that simple, if there's not area to shift something over without, numerous other changes, that's a bit of a stretch for a condition of approval, because it would be providing a whole new layout of the project without giving an adequate opportunity for anybody, any of the neighbors or any other parties to comment on that new, entirely new site plan. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. If there's nothing hindering just these small modifications, then I think we could probably do it with a condition. And so that I'll defer to Cynthia on. I'm not an expert on the site plan and how these two shifts can be accomplished, whether that's easy or hard.
Got it. Okay.
And they're saying Yurt 4 doesn't have the proper parking space, so it really sounds like we should see it again. I mean, it's one thing to look at something on paper, but if it's not right, is there really the space where they can move it? Because they said that would extend into the separation between space 9 if they lengthened it. It's supposed to be 20 feet long, and if you look at that, it does look a little bit shorter.
It might just require a slight angle instead of a straight in. If you recall, there was a hill right in there. The yurt was going to be on top of the that little mound. And so either the parking area could be a parallel parking or at an angled parking. And then the other site, there's probably it was more level over in that area, and having the ability to maybe just scoot the parking area over or make the parking a parallel parking space. It seems, especially according to the applicant, who verifies that there's adequate room to accommodate all this, that it could be as simple as revising those parking spaces.
And with the yurt parking space, the 10-foot spacing doesn't seem as critical, because with one of the other campsites, there's you park your vehicle, you got a picnic table, you're basically going back and forth between the vehicle and the picnic table and your tent or whatever. But if you're driving into this campground and you're staying at the yurt, you basically park your car, you schlep your stuff to the yurt, and if the yurt is pretty far away from the other two campsites, then it's not. I mean, I don't see why the 10 feet is that big of a deal, as long as there's enough space to park the car.
So the hearings officer had put in something saying that can be met with conditions, and the applicant's saying that we have another 38% more developable area to move things around. So yeah, I'm comfortable with proceeding, not really needing another site plan document. So, and I come to that conclusion because could be trees and elevation issues that we're not seeing on this map. Just moving something a little bit may not be the way to go.
Or like Cynthia was saying, that the yurt is on a little hill, so you might have had to configure the parking spot a certain way, not to run into the slope of the hill or whatever.
So I would support approvable with conditions, suggested conditions of.
So there is a condition then?
That says you have to comply with this, yes.
Yes, okay. All right, as long as there's a condition.
There you go. You support that? Okay, we're all set.
Okay, number 8. Hopefully there's another simple one regarding toilet facilities. They were needing to address toilet facilities, inadequate sanitary facilities. Without the evidence that we've discussed throughout this meeting, adequate water and sanitary facilities, the hearings officer was unable to make a confident finding on this. The applicant did provide, and that the toilet sinks and showers will be connected to the septic and will comply with DEQ standards. They're proposing a 2-stall shower facility, 2-stall restaurant facility, basically. And then the opponents didn't have anything to comment on regarding this, and so the board needs to determine whether the criteria under this Oregon administrative rule has been satisfied as modified.
So it sounds like a yes.
Satisfied as modified.
Yep. So 3 yeses.
Okay, I think now we're through the Oregon administrative rules.
That's it.
Sorry for that quick jump through. Okay, moving on to the site plan review standards. Okay, this is on page 172 of your packet. Site plan review, this is always a big one, whether the proposed development shall relate harmoniously to the natural environment and existing development, minimize visual impacts, and preserve natural features, including views and topographical features. So the hearings officer relied on a previous board interpretation of Father's House, and I make reference to the file numbers there, and concludes that the proposed small-scale development does not create a more disharmony than other uses permitted outright or conditionally in the MUA 10 zone. However, because not all the aspects of the campground were proposed, such as showers and lavatories, hearings officer was not able to make a confident determination here. As indicated, the applicant has provided or modified. They put in a shower facility, lavatories, and that they believe this has been designed to avoid and minimize impacts that would negatively impact the natural landscape. This is where the opponents discuss the grading that is needed and will affect visual impacts and natural features. They also mention that the vegetation has been removed significantly by the goats grazing. And then the visual impacts include locations of the restroom facility and the communal area. As noted previously, the applicant said there is no grading plan because no mass grading is proposed or needed to develop this property or this site or this campground. The applicant believes the proposed campground and related facilities have been designed appropriately. So before the board is whether this criteria has been satisfied. Specifically, the board should determine if the location of the toilets, showers, communal area, and campsites are harmonious to the subject property. This kind of ties in a little bit with fencing and screening. Just thought I'd mention that because it talks about relaying harmoniously. So if yes, the board can adopt the findings of compliance or modify most of the hearings officer's findings, and then we could adjust, or you can deny the application if you find otherwise.
Well, it jumps right out at me, this the previous Father's House decision stating that proposed small-scale development does not create more disharmony than other uses. You know, a campground is kind of pretty harmonious to seeing RVs, tents, and if they're not there, it would just be open space generally with gravel spots anyway. So that's the starting point for me. Is it generally fits the area.
Yeah, harmonious is a pretty subjective thing, but I don't find this proposed facility to be unharmonious or less harmonious than anything else.
So, yes.
Okay, so there's 3 yeses, and then a comment about a grading plan. So it's already been kind of mentioned that grading is not to be expected to be a large intrusive event at this property. I'm envisioning, when you see those, like one rock bump sticking up out of the road, and you kind of need to just either remove that rock or do something, but it's not going to be changing elevation by more than 6-8 inches. And I don't know that for sure, but that's my vision on this.
Well, I mean, this one, this old map even has some of the I think these are topographic. Yeah, there's topographic lines on here. It's I mean, it's not flat like a pancake, but it's pretty gentle. Yeah. It's pretty gentle terrain.
Yeah, what you need on that one? The 3 of us are supporting a yes decision.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Moving on, this is the section of the site plan is designed to provide a safe environment. So we want to make sure that that site plan is a safe environment. So hearings officer found that the proposal provides adequate separation of vehicles and pedestrian, bicycle walkway, or vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians. And met other sections. However, because the campground did not have all the aspects that were required, such as showers and lavatories, she was unable to make a confident determination here. However, She does mention a condition of approval requiring the applicant to install sections of solid fencing to cover any gaps in the existing fencing. Should be required if the final decision is appealed. So we have discussed about fencing on the property. The opponents talk about the presence of an irrigation ditch. There is one there. The applicants are proposing to fill in the irrigation ditch, and they're also willing to install that solid fencing to help with providing a safe environment and provide privacy in transition. And let's see here. So the board, before the board is whether to determine if this section of code has been satisfied. And there's a couple parts to this. First is the board should determine if the location of the showers and lavatories ensures a safe environment as it relates to this code. Further, the board should determine whether the location of the showers and lavatories provides appropriate opportunities for privacy and transition from public to private spaces. In this case, on-site private spaces include the campsites and the existing house. And the adjacent private spaces are those associated with the residential uses. So it's kind of a two-part question there for this first section. One, does the board should determine if the location of the shower and lavatory ensures a safe environment? Yes or no?
Sure. That wasn't one of the options. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
And whether the location provides opportunities for private and privacy and transition from public to private spaces.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an interesting terminology. Yurts are naturally a private space relative to being able to be inside, and then other than that, you're bringing your own, which hopefully is a tent or RV of some sort. Commissioner Dare, any thoughts?
Well, yes, I don't know. It's interesting. Ensure a safe environment. So you're going down, you're up here at 1 and you're going way down here to have a shower, and who's guarding the door? Anyway, I guess I'm sure it is, it's safe as long as the public is doing things the way they should be doing it.
Okay, so we're comfortable with both of those?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So this kind of goes to the fencing. The next part is if the board approves the project, the board should determine whether solid fencing should be installed to cover any gaps in the existing fencing. So we have decided that installing solid fencing of some sort to provide, the gaps, or not to provide privacy and buffering and screening from neighboring property owners. I'm kind of jumping to I believe the board has already said yes on this, but why don't we get your formal yes, or unless you have something else to say?
Yes, it has to be solid fencing.
Yes.
I say yes, and the terminology is should be installed to cover any gaps in existing fencing. So as I say, I don't envision repping the whole property in a privacy fence, but very much on that south border, which is where the conflicts are, and it can be sections on and off of other style of fencing, whichever may be there.
Okay, moving on to number 3. This is accessibility standard. ADA, the hearings officer notes that the applicant proposes one ADA campsite adjacent to the restroom. It has a paved pad along with a trail accessing the toilet facility. Since not all required aspects of the project proposal were proposed, the campground were proposed, such as the shower facility, she was unable to make a confident finding of compliance. She does note that if it is appealed and it's approved on appeal, that a condition of approval should be established to ensure compliance. The opponents believe that because of the narrow width of this developed area, the 130 feet, that they're not going to be able to adequately comply with the ADA requirements. They also bring forward some other ADA requirements. I've got one marked here: a minimum of 2 campsites must be ADA accessible. I do have a footnote in here that states that the applicant in this section of code, or not the applicant, the opponent quotes this one section of code. We believe it comes from the Guide of ADA Standards. Talking with the building official, I don't note this down here, but I did confirm it's not in building code. He's not sure where it comes from. It could be just from this Guide of ADA Standards. Wanted just to put that out there, but the opponents are saying more needs to be provided. The applicant believes that the ADA compliance is a part of the building permit process and will be satisfied as conditioned, and they take the accessibility pretty seriously. So before the board is to determine whether the criteria has been satisfied. Specifically, the board should determine if review of the development plan by the county building official is sufficient to ensure compliance with this criteria.
I trust the county building officials to ensure ADA compliance.
It looks like it's in the perfect location, that it could be compliant, you know. It's
Yeah.
logical, it's right next to the restroom.
So yeah, I support the fact that the processes and checks are in place and the applicant's responses. I support that.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on again, this one is transportation again, but it's specific to the site plan review criteria. Location, number of points of access to the site, interior circulation patterns. We look at all this information and shall be harmonious. The hearings officer finds that the proposed improvements have been designed to be harmonious with the existing development, which included a statement by ODOT regarding a right in and right out only for transportation. However, because the shower facility and other things were not addressed, she was unable to make a final determination of compliance. The opponents do not provide any comments on this. The applicant does believe that it has been satisfied or can be satisfied as conditioned. And it is harmonious with the based on transportation. So before the board is to determine whether this criterion has been satisfied. Specifically, the board needs to determine whether the proposed parking, circulation, and access is harmonious with the proposed shower facility as it's been modified. Or we could just say, is this satisfied as modified by the third modification?
Yes. It's definitely made a lot of changes since it originally was applied for.
But yeah, the shower facility makes it more complete, and the transportation issues have been discussed, and I support that we can adopt the findings.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I did this thing in here about that ODOT did not require a median concentrating or restricting northbound traffic from making a left turn. I mean, is that something that we could require? No. Okay.
I don't.
Not going to worry about it then.
I think that might take an act beyond our grade at this moment, but I'm sure it's going to be there. You know, they've got 3 steps in there, I think, isn't it, to get it all separated?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The timing.
Okay, moving on. Another site plan review criteria, this involves areas, structures, and facilities for storage, machinery, equipment, services, etc. Structure shall be designed, located, and buffered or screened to minimize adverse impacts on the site and neighboring properties. So the hearings officer found that most of this was satisfied. However, because the shower was not provided, among other things, she was unable to make a final determination of compliance. The opponents believe that because of the close, we discussed this before, because of the close proximity to the neighboring property and the communal area, the restroom and the communal area, needing more buffering and screening. And that of course, the existing vegetation has been reduced by the goats grazing in the area. So we did discuss about providing a solid fencing along here to mitigate any visual impacts here. And then the applicant had noted that it was found that the existing vegetation, existing vegetation is insufficient, as noted previously, that the applicant is willing to include segments of a solid fencing to ensure screening. So we discussed that before, but just needing to go through this one section of code. So the board needs to determine whether this criterion has been satisfied. Specifically, the board should determine whether the showers, restrooms, campsites, communal gathering areas have been designed and located such that they are buffered and screened within the site and from adjacent properties. We are imposing a condition for the fencing, so we can adjust the findings here, state that it can be in compliance based as conditioned with the fencing, but I'll let you discuss more on this.
Okay. Well, this kind of encompasses a lot of the stuff we've been talking about already. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I support that with the condition of the fencing, we can find this compliant.
Okay.
Definitely. Yes.
There we go. So I'll say yes also. And as I say, from our previous discussions, we can adopt the decision as we've been discussing.
Okay. We will work on that. And then moving on, this is another interesting one, the last one for the site plan review criteria, and it's about pedestrian pathways, access and circulation. So pedestrian walkways shall connect buildings, entrances to one another. They should be at least 5 feet in width and paved. The driveway crossings shall be marked. Of course, it needs to be in compliance with the ADA section. So the hearings officer found that construction of hard surface walkways is one but one technique to meet the section. She found that generally, everything is kind of clustered in the center, and with what's common with the campgrounds is pedestrian circulation tends to be on the main road of the campground. The hearings officer agrees that the applicant that these sections are not applicable because there's no new commercial buildings necessarily, as proposed at the lower hearing, and no existing or planned transit facilities are in the area. The hearings officer further finds that the applicant's offer to include striping of any driveway crossings, if there are any, and should be included as a condition of approval. The applicant notes that there will be a pavement used in the ADA yurt site, also to the toilet facility. They are willing to do some kind of striping if there's a crossing, in particular near the trash enclosure and to the bathroom, some kind of signage or striping that we could condition it. They're willing to accept that. The opponents state that, okay, campgrounds, Deschutes County recognizes campgrounds as commercial development, and that there should be more hard surfaced walkways connecting the caretaker's house and the trash disposal, the restroom facility, the gazebo in the communal area. And they believe these buildings are not clustered as they are required by county code. The board has two things to look at here. Board must determine whether the criteria has been satisfied. Specifically, the board should determine whether the proposed campground use is a commercial use. And if yes, then that kind of brings us down to the second question. The hearings officer and staff noted that this is, we recognize this as a commercial use. So, but the board, we'd want to see that the board is also recognizing that a campground is a commercial use.
So that question of commercial use, is that in this DCC 18-124-070, or that's just the opponent's request to define it as a commercial use?
It's that the opponent's argument that because it's a commercial development, that all these other, the sidewalk, the pathways need to come up to compliance. And that they need, all this needs to be applicable. The hearings officer said, yes, it's commercial, but we're looking at campgrounds a little differently. Also, not everything is new here. There's existing structures. And that also what's common in private and public campgrounds is the pedestrian access is typically on the road in the campground.
Well, yeah, this is a conditional use for an MUA 10 parcel, and, you know, definition of commercial use is selling or providing a service, I guess. So, yeah, it's, for the terminology, it's commercial use, yeah.
That seems right to me.
And it does seem like it is a campground. So the fact that they're not right all close together, and yet they really aren't using that much of the 9.53 acres or whatever. You know, they're still pretty close together.
Okay.
We can work with the hearings officer's findings, and with that, it sounds like it's all three of you are in agreement there. So if the board, since the board has determined that it's a commercial use, the board should determine whether a caretaker's house, restroom, building, and gazebo are sufficiently clustered to comply. It sounds like they're, at least Commissioner Adair believes that they are kind of clustered, similar to what the hearings officer said.
I mean, it's wonderful. You need to walk, you get exercise when you're going, and you're camping. So, yes. It's like they don't have to be right touching each other.
Yeah, walking from one end of this campground to the other is really not that far.
No.
Yeah, so, and as I say, we're taking a campground and we're talking about commercial, office, and multifamily residential developments through clustering. So I don't see that there's the direct connection from that subsection A would not apply here. If that helps. Now I'm kind of lost to me. Do you have what you need on that? Because we all kind of went down the same path, I think.
Yeah, I think we have enough on that one. We can work with what we have.
Okay.
Adequate clustering.
Well, but it's
Yes.
not clustered. I mean, that would mean moving something, I'm thinking.
But for what it is, a campground, it's
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
clustered.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
So we're done? There's one more.
Conditions of approval, and hopefully these
Amazing.
go. The first
Yeah.
two should-
How about, let's just take a quick break. We're all just going to stand up and,
we can.
oh, you're going to get going? Okay, we're not stopping. He's just stretching. Getting close here.
Sorry, guys.
Got it. Yep, no problem.
I have
No.
Moving on.
That's all I wanted to do was stand up.
These two can go. So we're looking at real quickly at the conditions of approval. These are just two of them are changes. So the first two, this is on your page 178 of the packet. The opponents found 2 errors. The one on the hours of operation, that's letter K, that's number 1 there. The applicant agrees that this should be changed, so it's whether or not the board agrees that this condition should be changed. The quiet hours, not operation hours, but the quiet hours, instead of going from 10 p.m. to 7, it would go from 9 p.m. to 7. Both parties are in agreement on that one.
So I'll just acknowledge 10 o'clock in the dead center of the summertime. Summer solstice seems like about 4 in the afternoon, just for that couple weeks of the year.
It's barely dark. But
Yeah. So, but if they're both parties are comfortable with this, that's fine too.
I wish the vacation rental next door to me would agree to go to quiet hours starting at 9.
There you go. Yeah.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay, we're support.
If it keeps the neighbors happy.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the next one is setbacks. There was an error in condition N4. It says 100 feet from the highway. It should be 300. The applicant had no objections to this change. So it's whether or not the board agrees with this change.
It makes perfect sense.
Agreed.
We are,
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so the next 2, the opponents, these are campground rules in general. The opponent presented some rules, and then the applicant came back with their version. This would be called out as condition JJ based on the hearings officer's conditions of approval. This was not proposed by the hearings officer, but it sounds like the applicant is willing to accept some version of what the opponents are proposing. It's basically stating that each guest will receive a copy of the rules and sign an acknowledgement. At check-in, the rules will also be posted. And let's see, the rules must include a minimum of those that are set forth. At least the applicant has some set forth, or not the applicant, the opponent from September 2019. However, the applicant provides more of a general listing, as you see, the slight change. And that the opponent would like to see pets not allowed in this campground. So that can dive into another issue, but we don't have to make it a big issue if, depending on how the board wants to go. So the board must determine if conditions like this would be a good idea with the approval.
So I like the idea of a condition that both parties are agreeing upon, and then it's making a pet policy right now it's a bigger choice, I'm thinking. So for discussion.
gosh, you're saying that they aren't allowed to bring pets? The neighbors don't want them to bring pets.
Yeah, they're concerned that especially dogs will have include the barking, waste, and trespass. And so they were concerned about some of that. Possibly with a fencing established, that might help. There could also be pets on leash, but that's typical of campgrounds. The pets shall be on leash at all times, even in the campsite, something like that.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
I would support, the documenting, and if we put a condition of JJ, just acknowledging that there's an agreement and required for people to sign that, but not put words around the pets. Knowing that there's standards out there for campgrounds and responsible pet ownership.
I don't know, somebody just took their chicken to the beach. I thought that was pretty exciting. I kind of, pets on a leash, just because it's so close to 97, what if the pet took off towards the road and, that would be a really sad story.
Oh, and I support that, but I don't know that, that's part of the land use decision or not, I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I'll go with that.
The fact that.
So,
We'll leave it up to
some kind of condition for acknowledgement of rules, kind of similar to what the applicant has proposed, but maybe not get into the nitty-gritty of
Yep.
it.
There you go, there's support for that.
Okay.
I'll write that.
Last one. Oh, go ahead.
I just said I'll write that, no nitty-gritty. Thank you, Cynthia.
I guess my one question about that is, each guest will receive a copy of the rules and sign an acknowledgement. I mean, so if you have a family pull up, does that mean that mom or dad is going to sign the thing, or that you're going to have Junior and everybody else each sign on the form, which seems unreasonable to me?
It would probably mean one party, maybe not each individual. Each party should sign. We could make it general like that. That's typically when you make a reservation for a campground, for example, you're acknowledging the rules, regardless of how many people are in your party.
Yeah. Okay. Just the way that sentence is phrased right now, I mean, I could read that as each guest will sign, but.
We could change that slightly, and we'll figure out a way to word that.
Each family.
Party is good, because it could be.
So I'm going to
Group of
move on
friends,
to the
or
last
who knows?
proposed condition by the opponents. You'll see it there. Condition. It's not listed as KK, but the condition would be the applicant shall operate the campground in compliance with the conditions of approval identified in this particular letter that was written by Liz Fancher to staff. And the applicant does not believe this condition makes sense to include based on differing opinions. So I'll let you glance over that, but it's whether or not the board determines that this condition of approval is necessary as proposed by the opponents.
I'd say no. Another letter and a correspondence outside of this process shouldn't be referenced as a condition of approval. If there's content that's agreed upon, I mean, it could be brought in here, but not as a reference to an external letter.
I'm forgetting. Was the letter part of the record for this?
It was a May 2019.
Yeah, it was included. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
So the letter as part of the record was the correspondence that was the agreement to the conditions in this letter also part of the record?
Yeah, so as the opponents put it, that they included this letter from July 26th that shows that Mr. Cormandy would agree to conditions of approval that were listed in another letter that was written by Liz Fancher. The request would be that, this request by Liz Fancher was modeled off the Mazamas campground, and some of the board members may remember the Mazamas. So they were trying to do something similar, and it was presented to Cormandy. They included his correspondence in the record, and so that's what they're trying to get recognized as his acknowledgement of it, and that he should now be bound by it, if I'm wording that right. And the applicant is stating, it was never formally agreed by the applicant because there were some significant alterations that were part of that agreement. And so they don't feel, the applicant's party does not feel like this is this condition makes sense.
Well, and the Mazama campground was denied, so I mean, there's just, this is just kind of an outside thing from this land use process.
We never talked about taking the pond out. I did talk about the magnet that the pond will be, but we never did discuss actually taking it out, which apparently that's what the letter said. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll be able to make it clear enough so that people will follow the guidelines and will not be at the pond getting muddy.
So you do not support this proposed KK requirement acknowledging this letter?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could just ask one more question. Actually, if we could ask Adam, if there are documents like this, a letter back and forth, with some degree of agreement to do something, I mean, how legally binding is that?
To go back to an earlier comment I made, I still think the conditions of approval need to be tied to code criteria, and it's not clear to me how all of these additional issues that may or may not have been agreed to by the applicant are tied back to code criteria. It sounds like there is some disagreement amongst the parties whether or not this was ever agreed to, and so at this point, this very much sounds like a private matter between the parties, and as Commissioner DeBone noted, may not really be something that the board can easily resolve as part of these land use proceedings.
Yeah, but
I mean, what's clear is that the parties disagree on whether or not that there was an agreement on these additional conditions.
But thank you for that reminder that conditions should be tied to code. And with that, I don't want to include these conditions.
Okay, there we go. We've made it through all 4 sets of matrices.
And it sounds like Commissioner Dare might need to be leaving. I'm not too sure when. But we can try to put something together for you and try to iron out some of these other little issues you wanted us to, and we could come back with a draft decision soon, probably early March maybe, or early April or something like that. Does that sound appropriate?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So, seeing the written decision with the decisions that we've made today will be valuable.
Cynthia, it was really amazing working with you on this type of a project and how incredibly thorough you were and how much sense it made. So I just want to thank you for that.
It's that 20 years of experience.
Yes. Anyway, amazing.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
I appreciate it.
And this is,
Okay.
I just want to acknowledge that this was a surprisingly issue because, it is a somewhat narrow lot, which means that the envelope that you have to work with is not that big, and then it really just elevates the importance of things like screening to make this work for both the applicant and the neighbors. So thank you for helping us to navigate this this dynamic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Anything else for this matter?
No, I think we all need to take a little break.
Yeah.
We all do, don't we?
With that, we'll call that an item done.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner, you're going to roll here pretty quick?
I need to roll.
Okay.
Because I have to make my appointment.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to call somebody to take my shot.
Is there any other items then? Some from Tom. So I'm thinking the two of us will get into an executive session, share some information, and then we'll get it to you however is appropriate, as a
All right.
A matter. So.
Another issue.
Okay, so at this time, we have one executive session at the end of the day here. Let's see here. Regarding I don't see where I'm supposed to go here. ORS 192-660. It's not personnel issue, it's evaluation of an employee. Sorry, I don't know the number at that point, but this is our one item for the day. We're going to complete our meeting at this time, and thank you very much.